As I mentioned, thank you all for your patience. We are going to start today's meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Patton, could you lead us, please?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So we're going to start today with a special guest. This is a special retirement from our police department, and I'd like to ask you all to come up. He's very excited.
He likes a lot of people. Ito, sit. Hey, sit. Live. I'd just like to introduce everyone. This is K9 Ito. He's one of the police department's patrol dogs. He started his career in 2015, and he served with me up until my retirement on June 1st. So he, served valiantly, heroically, and has done a lot of stuff during his career. So he's now 9 years old, and he's just going to be at home and a pet with me. And we will spend our days together at the lake because he found out that he likes to swim, because I never took him swimming until we retired, and now I can't get him out of the water. So, he's going to enjoy his retirement probably just as much as me. And so thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Could you bring him up for
Yes.
council members to have a little pat?
Ito is a ham. Oh, Corey riding dirty over there.
I'd just like to say I appreciate the opportunity to bring him too. It meant a lot.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
He's smelling everybody's dogs.
Yeah, exactly what he's doing.
All right, thank you so
Thank
much.
you,
I
sir.
really appreciate you coming in. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for being here with us today. That has to put a smile on your face. Next, we have the consent agenda. I don't believe any items were pulled. Can we have a motion to approve?
Move for approval.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Next, we have public comment. We have a number of people here today. I'm going to ask 5 people to line up. Octavia Rainey, Chris Post, Leroy Mitchner, Diane Zanchenko, and David Hine. Start with Ms. Rainey. 3 minutes, please.
Okay.
If you're coming down New Bern Avenue into the city and there has been a significant amount of rain and you want to make a left-hand turn on Raleigh Boulevard, there is not a puddle, but a little river. You have to get into the straight lane to turn left. And when you get in the straight lane to turn left, you're then blocking up traffic. So something needs to be done about that drainage issue, and it's been that way for I don't know how long when it's flooded. So I would like to know, can we get this particular issue fixed? Thank you.
City Manager, could we just look at the sidewalk issue and also the street maintenance issue at that and follow up with us, please? Thank you.
Madam Mayor, for the New Bern Avenue and Raleigh Boulevard area, that that area, I know exactly where she's talking about. It's like a lake when it rains. In the redevelopment of bus rapid transit, staff and Stormwater has already put funding in to redo that because the pipes there are undersized.
Let's get an official report, though.
Okay, my name is Octavia Rainey, and I have lived in College Park all my life. That is the only neighborhood I have ever lived in. On the corner of New Bern Avenue and Raleigh Boulevard, it has flooded for over a decade. A decade. So you mean to tell me that over a decade, you're only going to fix this for the BRT, bus rapid transit? You're talking about environmental injustice? You know, this council just celebrated June 10th, and that is the most racist thing I've ever heard. So you mean to tell me as a black person, I live like that? That is the only neighborhood I lived in. I remember when it was only trees. And you're telling me that you're only going to fix it for the BRT, bus rapid transit? So that means that when the neighborhood changes from black to white, it's really a difference. It's a difference in everything that you do. You don't do it for black people. So you need to say it. You need to say that the changes coming on there with the BRT is not for black folk. Step one, you have proved it by fixing that problem for the BRT, and that is not for black folk. You know, I come up here and I talk, but you know, y'all don't hear a word. And that had a lot to do with racism. Yes, I am saying it, but I'm sick and tired of it. You know, at my age, I thought that there would be a difference, but there's no difference. The past is not far from behind us.
Chris Post.
Hello, I'm here today to talk about the proposed changes to the amplified entertainment permit. The complexity of this topic predates anybody else's time on the council. This is an issue that the city has routinely gotten wrong, back from the strong arm blackmail type tactics that Chief Perlov implemented to the selective enforcement that the city now applies. For these reasons, I ask that you as councilors ask that before you councilors make a mistake with this ordinance, you get input from stakeholders whom this would affect. There was a scheduled meeting on June 7th where the Office of Emergency Management and Special Events would discuss potential changes with members of the business community, but this session was abruptly canceled. Not only is this a bad look, once again the city and this council appear to be rushing into making decisions without thinking of the consequences of its actions. Just as you recently made changes to parking in the Glenwood South District, setting massive parking fines without thought to the more than 1,000 restaurant and hospitality employees who will be directly affected by this flawed ordinance, your proposed amplified entertainment permit changes will do nothing to eliminate problems with noise. Terms in the proposal such as reasonable person standards send these changes down a slippery slope with almost no chance of being upheld by any reasonable court. Additionally, from the text changes that were shown to the business community, literally every restaurant, bar, Elks Lodge, even the beer tasting station at your local Lowe's Foods would be redefined as a nightclub. Simply put, I'm asking for you to please get input from all members of the community, again, before rushing into a decision that may lead to unintended consequences.
Thank you. Leroy Milcher. Thank you.
Thank you, Leroy Mitchell. First of all, I'd like for the clerk to pass those documents out because you might need to refer to them. Because I'm here to talk about how dangerous it is on South Pettigrew Street between Hargett and Martin Street, 2 blocks from Roberts Park. I helped the Raleigh Police Department take down one of the biggest drug dealers in Raleigh in 1977. They set up cameras in my house, and I've had death threats ever since. And on August 17th of 21, one of the thugs fractured my skull, attacked me on a public walkway, and tried to take my concealed carry and kill me. Less than a year later, March 26th of 2022, he attacked me again and had to shoot him. And the police came and arrested me. This was all on the public walkway while his friends were cheering him on to kill me. I was in Vietnam in 1966, and someone tried to kill me every day, and I felt safer in Vietnam than I do now. And when the Raleigh Police Department, now I have total respect for Raleigh Police Department and any police officer that's professional, but you have some officers that are white supremacists, and I met some of them on the Raleigh Police Department. And when they come out and I call them, they tell me, well, the courts and the you know, people are just tired of you calling them too much. And so they basically side with the drug dealers. And when you look at that package that I have, I can't go into everything because it would take too long because I only have 3 minutes, probably less than that now. But Corey Branch is the representative of District C. About 6 years ago or less, I was at Roberts Park when he was there, and I think one of the officials from the planning department was there. And I tried to tell him about how dangerous it was on South Pettigrew Street. He tells me, well, I don't think it's that dangerous. And when I tried to challenge him on it, he cut me off abruptly and went to someone else. There was one young lady murdered on in the 100 block of South Pettigrew Street within the last 10 years, and I'm the reason that the police officers took down another drug dealer 3 houses from me. And my life there's a hit on me as I speak. This is the only reason I'm here to tell you how dangerous it is. And drug dealers go down, I see drug dealers every day, right across the street from me. And I'm asking you as a city council to condemn that house because there was a fire in that particular house about a week ago at 1 o'clock in the morning. And when the fire trucks came out, they had to put the fire out. This is only about less than 2 weeks ago. And when the restoration people came out, they told me they smelled drugs.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and
City Manager, you will follow up. Okay, thank you.
yeah, you need to. You really do.
Yes.
And when you
Thank
see
you.
what's in that package, follow up with me.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, also, I think this is near a house that the city purchased a while ago that had a lot of activity. So I know there's a house that's now under city control.
Yeah, and we'll get more information with the follow-up. Thank you. Diane Zinchenko? Is Diane here? Okay, David Hainan?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining me today as we address an important issue that affects the safety and well-being of our community. I'm here to support our law enforcement officers and advocate for higher salaries for our dedicated law enforcement officers in a county that currently lags behind its neighboring counties in terms of average wages. As a Central European immigrant who believes deeply in law and order, this issue resonates with me personally. Coming from a region where the rule of law and strong law enforcement are pillars of our society, I understand the vital role that well-compensated police officers play in maintaining a safe and prosperous community. Our county is home to hardworking men and women who have chosen a noble profession, that of safeguarding our lives and maintaining law and order. These brave individuals understand the importance of safe neighborhoods as they provide the foundation for businesses to thrive and jobs to flourish. When businesses are safe, businesses can establish themselves with confidence, knowing that their employees and customers will be secure. Safe communities attract investments and encourage economic growth, leading to job creation and opportunities for everyone. However, to achieve and maintain safe neighborhoods, we must ensure that our law enforcement officers are appropriately compensated for their dedication and service. It is disheartening to realize that our county's average wages are lower compared to that of our surrounding counties. This wage disparity not only affects our officers' livelihoods, but also has far-reaching consequences for the quality of our police force. Higher police salaries are not a luxury. They are an investment in our safety and prosperity in our community. Adequate compensation will attract highly skilled individuals to join our police force, ensuring that we have the best and brightest protecting us. It is also will incentivize current officers to stay with our department, reducing turnover and fostering continuity in law enforcement. By increasing police salaries, we send a powerful message to our officers that we value their dedication, professionalism, and sacrifices. We demonstrate our commitment to creating an environment where they can thrive, provide the best possible service to our community, and furthermore, higher police salaries can have a positive ripple effect through our county. When police officers are compensated fairly, they better support their families, contribute to the local economy, and invest in their communities. This uplifts an entire county, creating a cycle of prosperity and a stronger sense of security for all residents. So let us join forces to ensure that our law enforcement officers receive the compensation they deserve. Together, we can bridge the wage gap, attract top talent, and build safe neighborhoods that drive our businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to call up Matthew Brown, Chris Crew, Del Monte Crawford, Denise Fitzpatrick, and Deborah Johnson.
Good afternoon, friends. Thank you for your service, and thank you for letting me speak. Raleigh is a wonderful city in so many ways, but one criticism that is painful to hear is that Raleigh is a little bit dull. In comparison to other cities our size, we have few outstanding features of interest. We have no harbor, no riverfront, no mountains, no Beale Street, no Grand Ole Opry, no Kentucky Derby, no streetcars, no Space Needle, no Biltmore House. We had some grand architecture, but we've gradually lost most of it. But we still have some interesting historic districts that tell the story of our city. And people visit these historic districts every day of the year. People from all over the country and all over the world visit. And people from all over Raleigh visit. They bring their children to teach them about the past, the good and the bad. But these historic districts will survive only if they're protected by a historic overlay. And in the last few years, City Council has allowed pieces to be taken out of several historic overlays. The city of Raleigh covers 147 square miles of land. Metropolitan Raleigh, i.e. Wake County, covers 857 square miles of land. But all of Raleigh's historic overlay districts added together cover only about 1.5 square miles. The city is growing larger and larger, and the historic overlay districts are getting tinier and tinier. We can't afford to lose any more pieces of them. Once they're gone, they can't be brought back. And our grandchildren will talk about how foolish we were back in the 2020s to let our historic treasures be replaced by dull, disposable buildings. Our majority black historic districts are especially at risk. We need to preserve them to tell future generations the story of our black community, which is just as fascinating as the story of the white community, maybe more fascinating. Please keep Raleigh an interesting place for residents, visitors, and future generations. Please preserve all of our historic overlay districts. Thank you.
Chris?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to bring preservation as a value to your attention again. Recent events illustrate that the council is becoming aware of preservation issues associated with development pressures and zoning change requests. Raleigh must make a concerted effort to preserve the cultural and material heritage that makes this a desirable destination. Speculative rezoning is counter to preservation ethics. Rezoning proposals reviewed by the Planning Commission should include plans, not just requests for additional height, non-conforming usage, or reduction of setback requirements. Rezoning proposals that violate the tenets of our carefully crafted and hard-won UDO, including neighborhood character overlays, historic districts, and historic landmark protections, should not be considered unless they support preservation of historic structures, vistas, character, affordability, and generational wealth. If naturally affordable housing or historic and cultural resources are being threatened, as with many of the current zoning requests, including the TOD, approval should be predicated on valid, binding, and successful preservation measures to be implemented before the issuance of a zoning variance. If the request shows as a consequence the loss of naturally occurring affordable housing and erosion of generational wealth and cultural heritage, the request must be offset by a responsibility to create an equal number of affordable housing units in the redevelopment area, and they need to be truly affordable. 60% of AMI is unrealistic. New or replacement affordable housing should be affordable to those truly in need and earning less than 60% of the AMI. According to the Zip Recruiter on the internet, a site I looked up this morning, a wage of less than $43 an hour places a Raleigh resident in the lower middle class. I live in $1 million house, and I am a lower middle class wage earner in the city of Raleigh. We can do better and preserve more of what made Raleigh a destination, and we can afford to show more respect and concern for the diverse and less affluent citizens who represent the backbone of this service-centered economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Delmonte Crawford. Next would be Denise Fitzpatrick and Deborah Johnson.
Good afternoon, Council. Happy Juneteenth to you all. My question is to the interim city attorney. Where are we with the Raleigh Human Relations Commission's recommendation?
This is public comment. We will talk about this later.
So while Madam Mayor enjoyed festivities with congressional leaders at Dix Park, the citizens of Raleigh are left scratching our heads regarding the Raleigh Human Relations Commission recommendations back in April afternoon session. Madam Mayor, what does Juneteenth mean to you?
This is your turn for public comment, Del Monte.
I understand. I'm just asking you a question. What does Juneteenth mean to you?
I think I stated that on Saturday, issuing the proclamation. Thank you.
So, are you aware of what buck breaking is? Are you aware of what buck breaking is, Madam Mayor?
I'm not responding to you, Del Monte.
Are you aware that in the same state that you reside in, specifically Pawtucket, back in 1920 to 1930s, that the KKK was very affluent in the very city that you were raised in? Do you know when the Raleigh Human Relations Commission's recommendation will be approved? So, Madam Mayor, you go back and forth in dialogue, but when I'm asking you something pertaining to a federal holiday, you have nothing to say. And so, mind you, Madam Mayor, in the afternoon session in April, you filibustered the recommendations until this month. Madam Mayor, regardless of your whiteness, reparative injustices continue to happen to this day with the Black, unhoused, men, women, gay, lesbian, and transgender community in the city of Raleigh. So I have to ask, are you a white nationalist from Rhode Island who doesn't give a damn about the Black American community that you've called on to secure your election last year? Or are you more worried about a photo op with congressional leaders? Thank you.
Next is Denise Fitzpatrick. Okay, Denise is not here then. Deborah Johnson? Is Deborah here? Okay. Next, we have Charlie Burnett, Brian Mountain, Larry Miller, Hua Huang, and Nicole Williams. Is Charlie here? Brian Mountain? Larry Miller? Larry, come on up.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Larry Miller. I'm president of the Glenwood South Neighborhood Collaborative, and I live at 510 Glenwood Avenue. Today, as time allows, I want to address three topics. The first is the proposed noise ordinance that is on your agenda for today. Second is a streetscape plan for Glenwood South, and the third is a railroad quiet zone for downtown Raleigh, including Glenwood South. As to the proposed noise ordinance, the first time that anyone other than the city council members had an opportunity to see the proposal was last Friday. Needless to say, there has been absolutely no public input or dialogue about this proposed ordinance. Since the proposed ordinance eliminates current provisions and relates specifically to Glenwood South Hospitality District, this proposal is of heightened concern to our membership. Staff suggests that action on this proposal be taken on July 5th, 2 weeks from now. This suggestion is totally untenable in light of the fact that there has been no public input so far. I would suggest that at least 2 months be allowed in order to obtain public comments. Why is this needed? My preliminary review of the ordinance raises many questions that may or may not have been considered by staff. The ordinance creates a whole new classification of permittee or licensee called a nightclub. Does the city even have the authority to create such a classification, particularly when this group will be deprived of due process rights? There are issues about the definition of nightclubs and who will decide what bars and restaurants fit into this new classification. In addition, once an establishment falls within this classification, they will lose their due process rights to appeal a citation that may be issued by any Raleigh police officer. The mere issuance of a citation will result in a $5,000 civil penalty and suspension of the nightclub's permit. There is no opportunity for appeal. Think about that. That is not due process. There are many other issues about the reasonable noise standard that I do not have time to cover today. In order for residents and businesses to have an adequate opportunity to raise such issues with the city staff, at least 2 months would be needed to schedule public meetings. The second issue that I would like to address is the need for a streetscape study for Glenwood South. The last study is 22 years old. This area has changed so much that new study is necessary to address the safety and cosmetic concerns for this area, including narrow sidewalks that cannot accommodate the large weekend crowds. This study could look at ways to expand sidewalks, divert traffic, and create a safer, more appealing streetscape. And now is the time to plan for this and to authorize such a study. The third issue is the creation of a railroad quiet zone for Glenwood South and the Warehouse District. I know this is not a new issue. However, our investigation indicates that a quiet zone could be implemented with little or no cost to the city.
Thank
I'll be
you.
back with more details in the future.
Thank you. Hua Huang and Nicole Williams.
So this is the Richard B. Harrison Library.
And this is where the homeless come to sleep at. They be sleeping under the trees. They be at the bus shelter right over there. And then when you go around, they're all around the other buildings sleeping. That's where the homeless sleep at. But it's a shame that when we look at the city is a disgrace.
Yep.
How come the city haven't addressed this problem? It's their way of addressing it is sending the police out, telling them they got to go on, instead of finding a place for them to go. The city has 4 buildings on New Bern Avenue. Why can't they turn one of those buildings into a day shelter?
Hi, my name is Nicola Archer. I live in Raleigh, North Carolina. There's going to be a shelter built on New Bern Avenue. We're looking for homeless people, men and women, to come stay if they're homeless. And, thank you.
I know you didn't put your hands out.
So what I was showing you is just a snippet of what's going on down at New Bern Avenue as you're building the bus, you're planning the bus rapid transit. The issue here is that, as following from Ms. Octavia said, apparently there's been a flood going on for decades in the area, and yet the city did not intend to address it until after the bus rapid transit. So who is all the niceties and amenities really built for? This reminds me of the situation with the voter ID law that North Carolina General Assembly tried to pass, and folks from the leadership from the Poor People's Campaign have commented that they know the voters ID law targets against the black voter with surgical precision. I would say, following from what Ms. Octavia has already said, that waiting until after the BRT to gentrify and displace the black community is basically targeting against the black community with surgical precision as well. So my question to you to think about as you go forward is, what are you doing to preserve the low-income housing? What are you doing to ensure that the unhoused in the area are going to be protected, are going to be sheltered? So those are the things that you need to think about going forward. So with the 15 seconds I have left, I just also want to point out that I noticed a lot of people here are for the short rezoning. So why is that item so far down on the list in the public hearing? Respect people's time. Bring it to the front. Thanks.
Nicole Williams. Is Nicole here?
Good afternoon, council and attendees. As you know, we are in crises. Raleigh is chasing dollars and works to be a city to want to work, live, and play. That's fair, but before they can truly be that, they need to clean up the messes that are here, because I was taught before you get ready for company, you need to make sure you give them a decent space to convene. Raleigh can't afford to risk making their messes acceptable, welcoming other messes to the pile, believing it will resolve itself, because it will only get worse and one day become overwhelming to the point of chaos. You say the system is broken now? Keep waiting, and it'll truly seem unfixable. Throwing money at the problem is only part of the solution. Hearts and minds need to be cleansed, and intentions and goals need to be reassessed. A wise person once said to me, people first, prioritize people over all things except God. Yesterday, I met a friend on the way to an event who said, come sit. Though I was in a rush, I understood the need to have conversations to break the feeling of isolation and loneliness. A bus driver told them to get up off the bench because people needed to sit. This morning, I decided to detour and check in. They looked more disheveled than just yesterday, and they were talking to invisible people they considered their family. It was harmful, but what about when it's not? How far in the future will that be, and how will they respond? The Homelessness Task Force is taking too much time to acquire buildings to serve as homes. Time is running out, and minds deteriorate from time spent being unsheltered, and the atrocities of homelessness living lead to PTSD, depression, schizophrenia, anxiety disorders, etc. People are destabilizing and demoralizing and are at greater risk of becoming incarcerated the longer they stay out here in these streets, which means money thrown in another area. There is a mental health crisis underway on the streets of Raleigh that will inevitably affect those in homes too, if gone unattended. The time is now for action. You don't want to see strangers at your doorsteps. So I request again that the city and county revisit affording respite for those in need, because all people aren't in need of psychiatry and meds. They just need rest and a shower, a break from the unnecessary, unintentional life of homelessness, which makes a huge difference in coping from day to day in a life undesired. If they continue to decline, refusing to see it as an urgency while prioritizing status, rank, parks, sidewalks, and nature trails over people, the solution is we, the people, have to be the community to these people. How? Go out in groups and help people eat. Give them someone to talk to and make them feel valued. Offer or raise funds for a hotel room for a night or so. Do not donate to the agencies, as the money is being withheld and stipulations are ridiculous to receive assistance. I am asking you to give direct support, with caution of course, because it's the only way to ensure your money is going directly to the people it's meant and not paying the $75,000 and $95,000 salaries of the directors.
Nicole,
people first.
Thank you. Next, we have Eugene Myrick, Keisha Monk, Mama Kai, Melissa Reed, and Tim Niles.
Good morning. I have a slide deck. I didn't put you this in the slide for mine. Oh. All right, well, I don't have a slide deck. So I want to talk about the BRT. So we've been talking about the BRT going down New Bern Avenue, but we haven't had a discussion about the BRT going down Wilmington Street. There's supposed to be a station on Wilmington and MLK. Ironically, the historically black Shaw University is right there. It's my understanding that the BRT needs a lane, a designated lane going and a designated lane coming. So on Wilmington Street, not only do you have Tupper Hall, a historic building, you have the Pope House 2 blocks down, a historic building. That's on the right. On the left, you have Leonard Medical School and you have Tyler Hall. So if we're going to put the BRT there, what's getting erased? What's getting destroyed? What part of black history will go away? I mean, I understand this is in your wheelhouse, Councilman Branch. You're the chair of the Transportation Committee. This is also your district. We should have had these conversations before any rezoning came up, but we haven't. Several Transportation Committee meetings have been canceled. In addition to that, I had the pleasure of going to the Pope House for a tour this weekend. Pope House was closed when I was a student, but it's open. And what do you know, inside the Pope House, a Shaw University grad, by the way, I see the Masonic Temple in there. And then in the pictures by the Masonic Temple, there's black-owned businesses there. See, when I was at the RHDC meeting, I was saying, I don't know, this guy is just a lot. Why not let him build on that lot? But it turns out that that lot has meaning. There were several black-owned businesses there that are no longer there. They are erasure. In addition to that, you have the Masonic Temple. All those guys want to do is remodel their building. Lighting, electric, HVAC. They don't want to be out of the Prince Hall district, despite your claim, Councilman Branch. I haven't met any of them that say they want to be out of the Prince Hall district. So we need to take these things into consideration. There's hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, available to those Masons from that Prince Hall Lodge to remodel their building. But they're being told that the only way they can remodel that building is to agree to this hotel to come next door, which was thankfully voted down 6-2 after the commissioner recused himself, who should have recused himself in this case. So with that being said, there should be no rezoning taking place on Wilmington Street until we have a discussion on how the BRT is going to go up and down Wilmington without any of those buildings, Leonard, Tyler, Tupper, or the Pope House being removed. Thank you for your time.
Keisha Monk. Mama Kai.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's another amazing day in paradise, y'all. Keep that in mind, okay? First of all, I just want to say thank you for considering equity before birth for some funds from the city discretionary fund. That means a lot to me that some of you met with Joy Spencer, their executive director. And I'm just going to say thank you in advance for approving those funds to be allocated to that organization who is doing a phenomenal job at addressing a federally recognized problem with infant and maternal mortality in the Black community. I don't have a lot of time. I just have notes. I had written something out and it just didn't feel right to say it. I just wanted to speak from my heart today. I've been looking at the Mayor's Commission on Compassion again. I've asked about that commission that's currently not active. It was established by the last mayor right before, it was like her last major act before she left office. And I just want to say that I'd like to see it reconvened, whatever that needs to happen. But before so, I would like to suggest that an opportunity be given to Nicole Williams, who just spoke, for y'all to house her and pay her a stipend to investigate what can be done for the city to make compassion more visible and viable. And if y'all don't understand why I keep asking to put people who are unhoused in places of power and responsibility and collaboration, it's because in pages, starting about page 28, in the all in, it's the document is called All In. It's the Federal Strategic Plan to Prevent and End Homelessness by President Biden and Vice President Harris. And one of the things is compensating people with lived experience. And so if you're not familiar with that, I can definitely get you a copy of the document. Kathy Johnson is actually the one who gave it to me, and she's the executive director of Oak City Cares. Just two things. In closing, Nicole has amazing experience. She knows what she's talking about. She is in a position to, she's speaking from experience when I say that she understands what the city needs to extend compassion, and it would be nice to start a commission without having to go spend meetings going backwards instead of actively going forward with a plan that would work. There's two quotes in my head that I wrote down because I specifically wanted to say them. One is, empathy is a feeling, but compassion is an action, and that was by the former mayor of Louisville, Kentucky, Greg Fisher. And there's another one that I hope I can say fast enough. It says, I think the ultimate goal is to respect humanity, to respect it in all its forms, and to teach people the skills to do that. And realizing that respecting the humanity of someone else doesn't take away from yours. It only enlarges it. Thank you.
Melissa Reed. And then Tim Niles will be next. And then Malachi Fernandez and Larry Helfont. So Melissa Reed. Is Melissa here? Okay. Tim Niles.
Let me start by apologizing for my casual appearance today. A week ago, I fractured one foot and sprained the other. I can wear shoes again, but long pants is not an option. I start my comments today with a nod to another regular speaker who always uses relevant song lyrics. A little respect then for Marvin Gaye. Oh, bet you're wondering how I knew about your plan to make me blue. Oh, I heard it through the grapevine. Yes, I heard it through the grapevine, and I'm just about to lose my mind. Now you're asking yourselves, what has he heard through the grapevine? I heard that since the city manager was named interim city clerk, she has stopped the practice of recording and filing minutes from closed session meetings, and she has stopped allowing anyone from the clerk's office to attend those closed session meetings. Closed session meetings used to have minutes recorded by the clerk's office and filed in a vault for safekeeping. Residents could file records requests for those minutes, then they would be removed from the vault, reviewed by the city attorney, and for necessary redactions, and delivered to the requester. I have questions. What's the reason for this change? Is this a violation of law or the city charter? What are you trying to hide from the public? Is it just a coincidence that stopping this record-keeping practice began when closed session meeting discussions began for the missing middle lawsuit? Or is this a reaction from Mayor Baldwin to the fact that the city clerk's office responded recently honestly to a public's record request and blew the whistle on her by releasing documentation of her actions, removing speakers without justification from the public comments agenda who wanted to talk about reparative justice? To quote a great newswoman, Rosanna Dana, Mr. Niles, you sure ask a lot of questions for someone from North Raleigh. But this is not funny. This is serious. It shows the absolute necessity of keeping the city clerk's office independent from the city manager. It's the only way to begin to restore the public's confidence that this council is operating in a manner that is above reproach. Do better. Thank you.
Sorry, I don't have the correct pronunciation of this name. Malachi Fernandez, Malachy. Are you here? Okay. Larry Helfont.
Good afternoon. First, I'm humbled to be in the presence of some of our previous speakers. They did a great job. Like many people before me, I want to address traffic calming, both generally and specifically. As previously noted by Councilor Fort and Mayor Baldwin, there have been many neighborhood complaints about both the traffic calming on Hardemont and Harps Mill. Both projects have been trying experiences for drivers. I don't know a lot about the Harps Mill project, but based on public comment, it did not pass the neighborhood ballot system and was completed by the transportation group without public input. I point this out only because council has questioned if these projects can be completed in a simpler, quicker manner without public input. I think that the project on Harps Mill is an example of what happens when the public is not involved. The Hardemont project did have public buy-in, however, community engagement was far too limited. Only those within a block of the project were included in neighborhood meetings, although it is a major thoroughfare through the community. So what went wrong? In the case of Hardemont, the plan was good, but the execution was far from acceptable, and it sat for months without completion. In the interim, speed humps were unmarked, curbing for bike lane protection were installed too close to intersections, and speed humps were installed so far from the curb that cars could drive around them. Finally, after 2 months of the most needed corrections were made. During the interim, almost every barrel was hit or crushed and fixed signs were flattened. Flexible delineators added to limit driving around the speed humps have been hit or removed. The community did their part. They were patient during this process, although the traffic calming group was contacted several times about the situation. Invitations to meet with the community were never accepted. We still don't know if the project is complete. Improvements that still need to be made are reflective marking of the roundabout, extending and limiting space between curb and speed hump, appropriate placement of warning signs, and cutting back bike protection curbing from intersections. Okay, now the big community ask. I brought this to Councilor Branch's attention, asking that traffic calming be discussed in the Transit and Transportation Committee. It doesn't seem like there is any continuity between projects. There is also a question whether streets intended to carry greater volumes of traffic should have traffic calming. What is the city's plan? Better yet, is there a plan? Councilor Branch deferred my request and directed my comments back to the city manager and transportation group. I have not seen any updates for Hardemont. To date, there hasn't been any communication on project status unless specifically requested by residents. So again, I ask, please direct this to the appropriate committee so there is a path forward. We may be achieving the objective of slowing motorists, but I don't think we're achieving that goal in the safest, most effective manner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. City Manager, we're going to be getting a report back on that. Okay. All right, next we have the report and recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor. My name is Walter, Raleigh Planning and Development. Great to be with you in the council today. We had a request from you all to flag upcoming holidays, just a reminder of what's ahead, and then wanted to remind you what is already scheduled for public hearing. So we have a number of items scheduled for the 5th, text change to zoning conditions in the afternoon, and then 3 rezonings in the evening. There are also annexations scheduled for the 5th. And then after the break, the afternoon meeting on the 15th, we have 2 rezonings already scheduled for public hearing. So coming out of Planning Commission on your report, you have 3 requests for extension of review, 3 items that are all related to each other. And then you have 3 items recommended for an August 15 public hearing, so that'd be the afternoon after the break. I think you know that we typically try to only recommend items on the afternoon agenda that we've had limited public comment on during the Planning Commission review. And then an item recommended for September 5th public hearing in the evening. This is Z7222. This is a lot in the Prince Hall Historic District that's currently vacant. That's being requested for rezoning. We've heard a lot of public comment about that, recommending an evening public hearing there. So I'll step through. And then I also wanted to mention, and here with me today, the Planning Commission elected their officers at their most recent meeting, which they typically do in June. The term runs July 1 through June 30. They elected Blaney Miller as chair and Dean Raines as vice chair. I would like to take a minute to thank Roberta Fox for her work chairing the commission for the last 2 years. She's worked hard. She's worked very hard. Ms. Miller is here with me today. Ms. Fox could not be here today, and so she's here to answer questions you might have about the report today. So looking forward to working with these two folks. So a couple of items where the commission is asking for an extension. TC 223, which you, I think, are all very familiar with. This is revisions to the Transit Overlay District definition in the Unified Development Ordinance. So it's removing that prohibition on single-family homes and clarifying some of the language around other aspects to improve readability. The Planning Commission is requesting a 60-day extension here to allow for additional public conversation and just to get a better understanding and help make a stronger recommendation to you. And then their new deadline would be in October. Similarly, they are asking for an extension for the Comprehensive Plan Amendment, CP 722, which is the amendments to the Comprehensive Plan that would incorporate the New Bern Station Area Planning study into the Comprehensive Plan. So they're looking for an extension there. I think they really want to keep all these items together and consider them together as part of what's going on here. And then the rezoning that goes with the station area planning. This would apply the overlay in the New Bern Station Area and the New Bern BRT corridor. In some places would increase maximum building height. In other places would change base districts and frontages and also remove some legacy zoning conditions. We've included them linked to the viewer here because it's a lot of parcels included here. And again, they're asking for a 120-day extension, which puts them into later October. I just want to, staff has heard a lot of public comment about the rezoning. I think you all have also heard that, and I just wanted to acknowledge that. So the big topics we have heard, these 4 big topics, this question about single unit living, which you have already authorized the text change to address that. So just wanted to make that connection for folks. Then I would say another big area of concern is maximum building height in what we call the Western Station Area. So that's between downtown and Raleigh Boulevard. A lot of comment about how the height bonus associated with affordable housing would impact heights between Raleigh Boulevard and downtown. And then we have also similarly heard a lot of comment around how the neighborhood conservation overlay districts that exist in this area would interact with the overlay. Questions there about how that, just a lot of comment there. And then the final bucket there is questions around historic structures, not just historic districts, but also local landmarks. And so I wanted to call these out and say we've put together some material in your backup today with some suggestions about how the Planning Commission might discuss these further to be helpful to you. Just recognizing that everybody's hearing a lot about this and that you may want to give Planning Commission some additional advice, right? So those are the 3 items requested for an extension. And then we have a handful of items recommended for afternoon public hearing on August 15th. Z6 on the south side of Glenwood Avenue. This is just west of Crabtree Valley Mall. This is a little bit under 3 acres. The Planning Commission recommends approval, and we're recommending an August 15 public hearing date. That's an afternoon Tuesday meeting. Also recommended for afternoon Tuesday meeting is the 1023. This is Carolina Pines Avenue and Sherry Circle. It's about 16 acres. Planning Commission also recommends approval here. This is the west side of South Saunders, just north of Illy Agnes. We've seen a couple requests in this area recently. And then the third is Kirkland, recommend just over an acre, Z1423. Planning Commission recommends approval here. This is the northeast intersection of Lake Wheeler and Kirkland, just south of I-40. So those are all recommended for August 15 public hearing. And then the last item, again, as I mentioned previously, is that vacant lot on South Blunt Street in the Prince Hall District. Planning Commission does recommend a denial by a split vote here, and the staff recommendation for public hearing is September 5th. What questions could I or Ms. Miller answer for you before you make your decisions about public hearing schedule?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you for the information. Can the new chair, Ms. Miller, give just a summary of the context of the conversation around Z7222, the one on Blunt Street?
Meaning why 120 days? Is that what you're?
No. This one is the one they denied.
Okay.
Thank you. Nice to be with you all today. As everyone said, my name is Blaney Miller. I look forward to serving as chair and serving the commission and advising the council this future year. With respect to your specific question, pulling up my notes here, on case Z7222 on Blunt Street, several commissioners voiced support for this project, including the redevelopment of a vacant lot, an empty parking lot, and the partnership with the Prince Hall Masons next door to renovate their building. The commissioners also expressed specific support for the project, the details, the applicant, the intended hotel use, and for the facade conditions. But the concerns were focused on the nature of the Prince Hall district and whether it's the role of the Planning Commission to change the boundaries of the Prince Hall district piecemeal absent a more comprehensive review. There was also concern about whether the applicant should pursue a COA under the guidelines of the district. At our meeting, staff needed additional time and could not provide a definite response on whether the COA was possible in this area, if it could remain in the district. The votes in favor recognized the policy and procedural concerns with respect to the Prince Hall district and felt that it was appropriate that the council receive a split vote to demonstrate the nuance of the project and to encourage council to take a holistic review of this district. And the interest in a comprehensive review of the Prince Hall district appeared to be supported by the whole commission as well.
Okay. So I understand you all have an ad hoc committee that's looking at the Prince Hall district. Is that correct?
We do not.
Who does? Which group is it?
The ad hoc committee is a subsidiary of the Raleigh Historic Development Commission.
Okay, thank you. And also, Madam City Manager, are we doing a work session at some point about the Prince Hall overlay district?
We have several topics for some of our fall work session agenda items. If that is a request, we can totally add it to it. We looked at overlay districts as a whole, but not that one specific, so we can include that as part of one.
I would like for it to be.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions. Today, we're just setting the hearing. I did have one other case. I noticed you all needed 120 days for two of them and 60 for the other, but they're still off-centered because the one for 60 days, you have to be back by October, but the other ones, you're back by November. Was that the intent to keep them in line?
I believe it was the intent to keep them in line. As the immediate past vice chair, I was chair of the commission of the committee of the whole, excuse me. So I was more focused on the 120-day extension to ensure that we could have not only one hearing in June, but we could have at least one additional hearing after we came back after the break. But I will defer to staff on the TOD revisions timing.
As I recall, the council had expressed a desire to resolve the text change public hearing before the rezoning and comprehensive plan amendment public hearing. So this would keep that timing, that two-step timing in place by bringing the text change back to you a little bit earlier, if you would like that.
Okay. No, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, do we have a motion for approvals?
I move for approval of the recommendation. Can you bring that slide up, back up? I move for approval of these recommended hearings for these cases.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay, unanimous, please.
That includes the extensions.
Yeah.
Thank
you.
Madam Mayor, could I have just a moment? This isn't directly related to this particular report and recommendation Planning Commission, but just before we move on, I wanted to take a moment and comment on the scheduling notes I gave last week. My intent there was just to make a simple administrative change, and I truly thought that was my ask, but I
I didn't realize the sort of flurry of work it would bring upon staff, and if I had realized that at the time, I would have moved differently. So I wanted to apologize for the kerfuffle and thank the folks who have educated me in the time spent since on the ripple effects and the unintended consequences of my ask. So I just want to say I'm sorry about that. And then also with the crosstalk at the table, I just kind of want to take a second go at what the intention of the ask was. My motivation there was always to manage the number of cases so that we could be fully engaged and studied on them before they're heard before us. So I'd love to ask staff to bring us back some suggestions in the fall for ways we might break up or manage the caseload, based on analysis of how many cases we hear on average, how many we continue on average, and how we might best balance the desire for the competing priorities of the expedience versus sort of in-depth study and consideration. So just wanted to kind of restate that and see if there's consensus amongst the members to make that ask.
I think we're going on break, so I think staff has the opportunity to kind of look at how we're structuring this, but also I'll say that during evening meetings, we will be moving public comment to the second Tuesday, so that will free up some time so we're not meeting until midnight and making people wait that long. So I think that gives them all some flexibility, and then having them come back to us with recommendations.
And I just wanted to echo, I do agree to look at that, because even with us moving our dates, I don't think, at least what I'm hearing from Councilor Patton, it's not so much about being here till midnight, it's about the pre-work of making sure that we are educated on the item. So it's not about how late we are, but about us knowing everything. But I do echo what Councilor Patton says, and I agree.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next we have special items. Matt Courier's here to talk about residential permit parking program.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Matt Courier, I'm the parking manager for the city. So we're going to walk through residential permit program today. We'll do a brief overview and some history. We'll walk through the permit zone, a couple of examples of kind of how they come about and what their purpose is. We'll talk through the process, and then we'll talk through some challenges with that current process and some options for consideration for council. So the residential permit program goes back all the way back to 1979. The purpose of that program is to reduce parking demand within residential neighborhoods by restricting usage from kind of folks from outside of that neighborhood. So they're typically implemented in residential neighborhoods adjacent to high schools in particular, or universities, commercial areas, or entertainment districts. And all the programs allow limited access for non-residents. And currently we have 13 permit zones throughout the city. So here's a great example of one. So on the southwest side of town, and I'll do a couple drawings here. So this is Cabarrus Street, Southwest Street, South Saunders. Folks might know, Sam Jones Barbecue here on the corner, and then I think Bolted Bread down on Cabarrus Street. So this is a permit zone that was created in 2017, and its goal was to reduce some of the demand from commuter parking on the southwest side of town. So folks who, were basically parking all day in this neighborhood, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., and then walking into downtown and kind of flooding their neighborhood, and nobody in the neighborhood could park. They couldn't have visitors over during the day. They reached out to us, and we went through a process to put in a 2-hour parking restriction throughout the neighborhood. So visitors can still come, but they can only spend 2 hours there. And then if you're a property owner and you have a permit, then you are exempt from that 2 hours. So you could spend all day there. So the idea of the program is it gives you some slightly higher access than everybody else. So another example we may be certainly familiar with is just north of Glenwood South. We have two residential permit zones actually right next to each other with slightly different purposes. So I thought this was a good example. So you'll see Glenwood South running north to south, north and south on the right side of your screen, and Broughton High School to the west side of your screen. So two adjacent residential permit zones with two different purposes, and you'll see that there's two different sets of rules around them. So on the Broughton High School side, you'll see Clay Street, Brooklyn, and Gaston, all in green. Those have daytime restrictions, Monday through Friday, for 2-hour non-permit parking from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., driven purely from high school students who maybe get to school a little bit late, can't find parking on campus, and they flood the neighborhood. And the neighborhood folks would come home during the day or try and find parking during the day, and it was all taken up by high school students. And then to the east of that, in the blue, we have a residential permit zone built all around nighttime activities. So this is Glenwood South. This is just north of that. And you'll see that its restriction is it's only from 11 p.m. at night to 7 a.m. all days. And it's for residential permit holders only. So during the day, visitors can park all the way from 7:01 a.m. until 10:59 p.m. with no restrictions, and then they just can't be there overnight in this neighborhood. So I want to walk through a little bit about the process we go through to put these in place. So these always start from the neighborhoods. So generally a resident would reach out to staff with some level of concern or access issues. We would work with the citizen to talk through all the different kind of tools that we have in our toolbox. And one of those tools is a residential permit zone. And if it makes sense, we'll start down a process of community engagement. So we will meet with a group of stakeholders from the community. We'll walk through the benefits. We'll walk through the purpose. We'll make sure it makes sense for them moving forward. We're also going to walk through some of the challenges. There are issues that come about with residential permit zones as well. And then we're going to talk about the types of issues the neighborhood has and specifically what restrictions they might desire. And we're really going to myth bust a little bit. So what actually is this? What can it do and what can't it do? And if everybody's still on board, then we're going to walk through a petition process. So, and that is citizen-led. So we're going to give them the tools, and then they're going to go through the process. And there are kind of two important factors here when making a residential permit zone, and that first one is that you need a minimum size of 8 block faces. So the way to think about that is a block face is each side of the street, and a block is from each intersection. So in order to get 8 block faces, you typically need 4 roads at a minimum. And we make them a certain minimum size, so we don't have a bunch of different ones maybe right next to each other with different rules. And we don't want them too small, because if you make them too small, you may just push the problem right to your neighbor one street over. So if we make them big enough, right, the idea is that hopefully the parking demand that's causing the issues in the neighborhood can resolve itself to a different location, hopefully, or perhaps incentivize the folks who are using the neighborhoods to park in places that are more appropriate for all-day parking. The next part of the process, if we go through that, is then also to do a quick parking study to just ensure that the reasons and concerns that the neighborhood have brought forward, we can validate. So we want to really say, is there actually a parking demand and supply issue in the neighborhood? And if typically we can pretty easily and quickly confirm that by understanding exactly what the issues are for the neighborhood and going during that time and saying, yes, there's a heck of a lot of people parked here and we've got an issue. If I was trying to park, I can't find space and this seems like a problem. So once they get through their process, oh, and I forgot, let me back up a little bit. They need a minimum of 8 block faces, and then they need 70% approval on each block face. So we don't have to have 100%, but we need 70% of folks on each block to be willing to move forward with that. So once we explain the rules to them, they go. We have community support for the process. They're going to get those petitions back to us. We're going to review them. We're going to make sure all the requirements are met. And then we're going to send notices to everybody that this process is happening, because there may be some folks who don't even know a process is happening. So we're going to make sure that they're involved, and we're going to send them to all residents and property owners within 150 feet of any affected change. So it could be a situation where you're a block or 2 over and you haven't heard about this at all. This process, hopefully, if you say, well, geez, we have the same problem, we'd like to be a part of that, this is going to maybe yank in some of those folks that may not know there's a process. After that is done, we bring this to you. These are all approved by council. And once they're approved, or if they're approved by council, we would then do notices back to the neighborhood that things have been approved, and education materials on how to have access and what to do now that you're in a residential permit zone. So a couple eligibility pieces, and I'm going to linger on a couple of them. So this is for both residential permits and guest passes. So per the ordinance, you're allowed one permit, which is $20 a year for each vehicle operated by the resident. And there's no limit to the number of permits you can have. We do make exceptions for long-term care professionals. So think about in-home nursing or child care providers or something like that that aren't actually residents but will be there a lot. And it's important to note you only need a permit if you do actually utilize the street. You don't have to necessarily have one if you're in one of these neighborhoods if you have some sort of off-street parking and you don't intend to use the street. And then really the most important one, and what we're going to linger on a little bit here in a moment, is that since 1979, staff has limited access for just residents of single-family detached homes. So what that means is that duplexes and triplexes and quads and apartments and townhomes are not eligible for the program. And then guest passes. So we also have guest passes. So there are plenty of times where folks have people over during the day, in the evening, there's restrictions. They don't have enough room on their property to store all those extra vehicles. And we allow them to go right into an online portal. 50 cents, they get a permit, a digital permit for those folks to spend up to 24 hours in that zone. And really, it's only needed if they're going to be there for longer than the restriction. So if you're in a 2-hour zone and you're only going to be over for an hour, you don't have to have a guest pass. So a quick dive into residential building types. I'm probably going to quickly get over my skis because I'm not a UDO expert. But this is how we define detached, attached townhouses and apartments. And this gets a little bit important on what we allow or the eligibility currently from staff practice for what's not allowed. So currently we allow A, on the far left, this detached house, which is basically a single unit dwelling that is not attached to anything else. B, which is the attached house, is a duplex. So that is just 2 units, single lot. And then we have townhomes, which are more than 2 dwelling units that are attached, I think, horizontally. And then anything more than 2 is called an apartment. So at the moment, we only allow A. And that causes us some problems. So at the moment, we're working off staff practice and not ordinance. So there are no eligibility requirements within the ordinance for housing types. So it just goes back for staff practice for 40 some odd years. It doesn't reflect changing housing types. So we're seeing different types of uses happening in different types of neighborhoods. And when that happens, sometimes we create basically little islands within residential permit zones where folks don't have access to the curb, but everybody around them does. And then finally, it has led to some inconsistent applications of eligibility. We have homes that are maybe converted to multifamily or converted from single family to duplexes that technically don't meet the criteria, but have always gotten permits because a decision was made maybe 20 years ago. And it's hard to say no when you've done that for 20 years. So some options for council consideration. So we can do some no action and we can continue to use current eligibility practice. Or council can authorize us to pursue an ordinance change to include eligible property language. And there's really some short-term and some long-term or some medium-term in here to think about. So short-term, we can bring back guidance or bring back language as early as next council meeting to allow detached, attached, and townhomes. So that would allow basically the practice we have today of single-family detached, duplexes, which are attached, and then townhouses. And we can include that language and make them eligible properties. And then on the medium term, if council would like, we can look at how to handle the apartments side of this. And I will admit that is dramatically more complicated because it's anything more than 3. And anything between 3 and 10 is probably not very disruptive, but we also have apartment complexes immediately adjacent to residential neighborhoods that have 500 plus units. Think around NC State, all our student housing that we have. And there's not that much street in some of those neighborhoods. So there's a lot to think about when it comes to allowing the bigger apartment complexes and bigger types of uses there on how do we make sure perhaps one single property doesn't overwhelm an entire neighborhood with its demand. We also want to think about to make sure that there's not a financial incentive that you park on the street rather than an on-site parking spot, perhaps. Because again, it's $20 a year to park with this process. It could be $100 a month with the apartment complex. We don't want to create a poor incentive that pushes you out of structured parking and onto the street. So there's just a lot to think about on that side, which is why we want to do some peer research, a little more. We've certainly done some, but we want to get some better best practice. So that's going to take us a little bit longer to bring back if council is interested in exploring that. So what we would do is we'd coordinate again with the attorney's office, draft some new language, and then we can bring back again the short-term side of this as soon as the next council meeting, before you guys go on break, and then probably the fall for anything that is more than 3 units or apartments. I'm ready for questions.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you for this presentation. We live in a very car-centric model that's the remnants of our American history. So it is very difficult trying to find parking, and I can understand for some of these like more urban areas in the downtown Raleigh central area, how hard it is to be like a long-term resident or somebody that's living down there. I actually am in favor of housing choice, affordable housing choices. And I know that the city has gone in the direction of now like encouraging multiple styles of homes that we can have in the city, and I think it's really important to include that when we're talking about like parking. So I'm going to put my hat in favor of being like, yeah, we need to figure out these options for duplexes, triplexes. I guess I'm curious about the apartments. Living in an apartment complex myself as a renter, usually we have parking garages that are for the apartment complexes. They're usually, especially for these like large 500 plus apartments, there's usually like on-site parking. I'm not sure, and I think the city, predates me a little bit. I'm pretty sure we got rid of some of our parking minimums. So I don't know if that can be something that we can look at again in the future around these apartment complexes that are being built, just like making sure you're supplying enough parking spaces for people who are living in these apartment complexes. And I would be interested to see like how much parking is an issue for people who live in the apartment complexes for on the street, needing to park on the street, living in apartment complexes. I think it would be a lot more of a concern for townhomes, duplexes, and housing types of that in that way, rather than an apartment complex which might have like on-site parking or parking garages. So those are my 2 things. If you're doing the apartment study, I would just want to see like how the aspect of the apartments are really going to affect people parking on the street, if they even are parking on the street.
Councilmember Jones.
Yes, I definitely agree with the short term, getting those answers. I have heard from townhomes about this, and I think I'm echoing what Councilor Black said, but do you have a lot of apartment complexes asking for these permits as well? I know there's townhomes, but I'm wondering about apartments.
So we do have quite a few townhomes asking for them at the moment. We have run into a couple very specific ones near NC State University, where purposefully built with less on-street parking because the typical renter of those apartments is maybe not bringing a car. So there are a couple ones that we've run into where they fill up really quickly, the amount of permits that they sell for access to the garage, and then the students feel like they're kind of left without options. They'll reach out to us, and we'll tell them, well, we can't put you on the street, and we try and connect them with other resources further down Hillsborough Street that do have some capacity in their parking decks. So we do our best to solve it among the kind of off-street supply. But we have, it's typically in the very urban, kind of denser areas that we've seen the overflow from the apartment complexes onto the street. We also see it sometimes when apartment complexes put strict rules around use and number of vehicles that can be stored on the property. So some of them will do registration restrictions, so you can't have an unregistered car. So some folks will bring a couple cars with them and they'll store one on the property, and then that kind of keeps up their space. Maybe there's no visitor spot, so they have to get to the street. So we see some overflow, but typically the bigger concern for us is when all of the on-property parking supply has filled up, and there's really nowhere to send them other than other holders or suppliers of parking.
Awesome, thank you. And I just wanted to follow up on what I heard from the concern from staff before this was to not have too many different permits, so it gets confusing. Is that still an issue if we go short term? Are you still worried about having different permit zones?
Yeah, no, I think we're still okay with the 13. We really like to build them specifically. So the more specific we can be to solve the real issue that's causing folks to use a residential neighborhood instead of other options, the more public we can keep the street. So you'll see we try and limit the number of hours that are restricted to residents only within these, because again, these are public streets. Everybody should have access to them. But we just run into some issues where the neighborhoods get more attractive than maybe other options. And we want folks to choose those other options during those heaviest demand times.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Well, I would support looking at bringing that back to us, the short term as well. I have some heartburn about the apartments. I would have to hear more. But even something as simple as putting in bike lanes, I remember the uproar on West Street about that, the loss of parking. So I think we need to proceed very carefully in that regard. So do you need a motion from us?
I think
for
so.
Short term?
Yeah, to move forward with short
Would one of you
term.
like to make the motion? No.
Second.
Motion to approve short-term options for looking at parking permits.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay. All right, next we have, thank you, Matt, for that report, very informative. Next we have appropriation from contingency. Okay, Sadia.
Yes, good afternoon. Sadia Sattar from Budget and Management Services. Unfortunately, I do not have a PowerPoint for all of you today, but this was an appropriation from contingency motion that was brought forward by Councilmember Harrison for council contingency in the amount of $10,000 for Equity Before Birth, a 901c3. 15, my apologies. A 901c3 located in Durham, North Carolina. The organization provides birthing services as well as financial assistance to BIPOC moms. And I wondered if, Councilmember Harrison, you had any comments today?
Yeah, thank you so much. I just want to first thank Mama Kai for making me aware of this amazing organization. They do fabulous work from my understanding and helping to make sure that moms have all the support they need, when they are pregnant, during their birth journey, post-birth. Unfortunately, I have learned, and I would like just some insight from the city attorney's office, that there is a legal concern here because of the targeted nature of who they serve. So I do want to note that their target audience are those that are in, I would say, most need of these services. And so it absolutely makes sense that this is their mission. And at the same time, because we are controlling public funds, and I do have a role doing that in state and federal government as well. I am aware, we cannot be exclusive in how we distribute such public money. So with that, I would recommend that we hold this for now, that I can speak with Equity Before Birth to better understand whether their mission, may expand to be inclusive of our needs so that we could support them. But I guess first, Dottie, could you just provide your own legal opinion on this?
Yes, you're correct about the limitations on public funding and the model that, as we've been informed, that exists today doesn't meet those requirements because of the exclusions that are included in the service model. That could certainly expand so that all comers could be served in some way. That would also eliminate a conflict with our Section 4-1004 policy of non-discrimination. So yes, holding the item, talking with the agency about expanded services may resolve the problem.
Councilmember Black?
I really do hope that Councilmember Jones and hopefully Dottie can come to some sort of resolution on this. I understand that the concern is that it's a targeted sort of audience that they're working with. And the reason for that being is because everyone in the country is not 4 times more likely to die from childbirth. It's Black women specifically, and that is federally noted. And when you look at that, even when you adjust for academics, income level, those numbers are still the same. So when we're living in a state right now where we have politicians that are actively working to force birth onto people, and it's like, I just want us to be thoughtful as a council about how we're representing people who are continuously at harm because of the things that are happening at a global, well, not a global level, but a national and state level, with just limiting our access to our own bodies, and what we can do to be supportive of those individuals who are continuously at risk for really no other reason than racism, systemic racism. So I just wanted to let that be said, because I hear it, and I know we have like a duty to like make sure we're being non-discriminatory, but the systems that are in place are continuously discriminating. So it's just a little difficult to hear, and I hope you guys can come to some sort of conclusion that's good for everybody.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I just want to echo and second Councilmember Black's remarks. And at this time, I'm going to withdraw my request for funding. But again, I'm going to continue to work with Equity Before Birth to find opportunities for support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jones.
City Manager, I was just wondering, since we have $45,000 now still in the contingency fund, can you explain what happens since that all has to be spent before? Does it roll over or does it start over on July 1st?
Very good question. It is a $150,000 annual allocation, and if that money is not spent on the close of business on June 30th, it rolls back into the city's fund balance.
That means that we won't get $190,000 next time.
No, ma'am.
Okay, so a follow-up question to that is, if we still have $45,000 and we only have 10 days, what can be done if we do have organizations that we haven't been able to put through right now, but would like to do it before the close of fiscal year 23?
You could, and Dottie, please help me if I'm speaking out of turn here. You would have the opportunity today to raise it at the table, and if you all want to suspend your rules, that it has to come back to the next meeting, because the next meeting will be in a new fiscal year on July 5th, or you could make the request today, and then Allison Bradshaw in Finance probably won't like this one too much. It can kind of be charged back to this current fiscal year, so you do have some options if you want to make sure that the funding comes out of FY23 funds.
Let me ask this. Could we kind of suspend the rules and say you could bring something, if you bring something up today, we will vote for it at our July meeting, and then have it be retroactive?
Yes, I believe you could do that. You would certainly want to make certain that it is retroactive to the prior fiscal year.
Right. Or else it comes out of your 150 that begins on July 1.
Right, isn't that what you said, Allison would have kind of heartburn? Is that what you just said? If we had the retroactive.
So you could actually make the request today, suspend the rules, and make the decision and fund it today out of FY23.
Yes, that is correct.
That is the easiest way.
So why don't you make a motion to that?
I motion to do that. I motion to suspend the rules and hopefully I really feel that we all have amazing organizations that we worked with, and what I don't want to do is lose the opportunity in this fiscal year to lose $45,000. That's a lot of money that could put really a lot of help into our small organizations today.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. You can bring this up. If you have someone today you want to bring up, please bring it up during report of council.
Yeah, will do. Thank you so much.
See, we helped you get to a yes.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have the municipal elections opportunities.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am Taisha Hinton with the Office of Community Engagement. I will give you a short presentation, then I'll turn over to my colleagues in the Attorney's Office to walk you through some additional follow-up items. So, a little bit of background for those that may not be aware of this item here. Back in November of 2020, the council at that time appointed a 10-member study group to review how the city elects and compensates the mayor and council. That study group met for a year, numerous times, and then they came back to the council in September of 2021 to give you all their recommendations. And then in November of 2021, council asked our Office of Community Engagement to conduct some additional outreach about the study group's recommendations. Your current framework that includes the mayor, 2 at-large council members, and 5 district council members was actually first established in 1973. And so then our office, as directed, held 5 listening sessions with the goal of just trying to educate the public about the study group's recommendations. 3 of those were in person and 2 were via Zoom. If people came in person, we had an activity for them to give their opinions about the recommendations that way. And then there was also an online opportunity via a poll to provide their feedback on those recommendations. The study group in total had 6 recommendations. The items in green have already been completed. So number 3 was done last fiscal year. Number 4 was done through a local act, and number 5 was completed, was implemented through our Vote Local Raleigh initiative in partnership with the Communications Department. So items 1, 2, and 6 are where a lot of the conversation has commenced and will continue to do so today. During the May 16th work session, council asked us to go and look at information on a third-party pollster to conduct a survey of the general public. That third-party pollster would provide a sample of the community's opinion about those recommendations on that previous slide, things related to you all's term length, whether those terms should be staggered, the addition of seats, both district and at large. And so that's exactly what we did. Staff went out and we obtained 2 quotes for an external vendor. And in essence, both vendors offer you the same thing, which is the design of the survey, a sampling plan, the administration of it in a formal report. In quote 1, you'll see there, the vendor said that they can do 1,000 surveys within about a 4-month timeline, and that also includes the demographic data of respondents compared to the city's overall demographic data, and then the same for quote number 2. The difference in the price in quote 2 is just how many surveys that they put out. So if they do 300 surveys, that's closer to the $17,500. If they do closer to the 800, that's the $36,500. The main difference is the way in which the surveys would be conducted. So vendor 1 would do so via your mailing address and online, and vendor 2 would do telephone interviews as well as a text-to-web survey option. Oh, and I want to mention that both of the vendors stated that the timelines can be adjusted to meet the needs of the council. And then also just here are some categories of potential questions. So these have not been determined yet, but it would be around council term length. So the 2 years versus the 4-year staggered that you are in conversation about, council seats, and then some general questions are the size of council, having new maps for districting and a primary election are all possible. And so with that, I'll take any questions that you have before I turn it over to my colleagues in the city attorney's office.
Have any questions of Taisha? Councilmember Patton?
Hello. Hi. Great blazer, by the way.
Thank you.
Can you go back to the slide about the polls? I just want to make sure I understand quote number 2. So they're presenting this range for the number of surveys. I guess they're requesting we would decide if it's the 300, 400, or 800?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Got it. And that just seems like a very small number to me in a city of almost 500,000 to be statistically significant. Maybe I just don't know how polls work. It would be statistically valid?
Yeah, what the vendor explained to me was that it's statistically valid as long as it's randomized. Now, I'm not an expert, but that's what was stated. Both vendors also have like optional services, like they can show this information in a dashboard or have translation services or have a webinar of their final results, but all that stuff is additional cost. So this is just the baseline of survey design, sampling, administration, and a report. So if you want to look at the more apples to apples for the second quote, 800 surveys would be $36,500. In quote 1, 1,000 surveys would be $31,000. So that's closer comparison.
Got it. Okay. Helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Harrison?
Yeah, just to Councilmember Patton's question, there are some useful sample size calculator tools online. So I just looked up for a 500,000 population at 95% confidence level, sample size can be as low as 384. So they don't have to be as big as you might expect. But as long as our sample is representative of the population, that would be what is critical in my opinion. My only concern about quote number 2 is just whether people answer their phones. I don't know. Maybe folks do. Hopefully they would tell us how successful they are with that. I do some survey research at NC State, and I am not always sure that that is the most effective method. But I'm open to either. Could you also go to the questions or the topics? I would also be curious in terms of council seats for a question that gets at the purpose or desirability of district seats as well as at-large seats, so the utility that residents feel in both of those types of seats to understand, kind of the role that they serve to residents.
Okay, I have that jotted. And to your first comment, let me also add that to my understanding, the telephone and text approach has been used with some surveying done around our bonds that this vendor worked with the Raleigh Chamber before. So. Any more questions?
Any more questions? I think that one thing, we have not reached a consensus yet on what we think we would want to do, if anything. So those questions were raised last time. I'm guessing you want answers to some of those before we go down this road. So the 2 outstanding issues are 4-year staggered terms and then the number of council seats. And we also talked a great deal about the deadlines that we would face because if we add district seats, we have to redistrict. So it's complicated. So I'm going to open it up, and Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, just to some of the larger discussion we've been having, there's been discussion about also having a referendum on the ballot to look at some of these issues to get, true resident input and then to put it in the hands of residents in terms of decision making. If we were going to go that route, I would like to have the survey data back before we would make that decision. And I think that would mean that we wouldn't be able to do a referendum until November 2024. Because if we want to do a referendum in March, that has to start happening almost immediately, going through that process. So if we're going to move forward on the survey, I think ideally we would get the data back in September, the information. I would want some time also to look at the questions and, be able to provide input in August when we come back. And then finally, if you go to the slide with the categories of topics, I'd also want to, okay, I see. There is a question or topic related to primaries. That is something I would want to understand the kind of interest, especially when it comes to 4-year terms, because I think to move from 2 to 4-year terms, it requires a level of accountability that should go greater than what we have now, and a primary would help achieve that.
And, excuse me, please. One thing we could look at too and ask is partisan primary versus nonpartisan, just to get a feel on that, because that's something we've also discussed. So I guess I'll ask this question. Is there some consensus to move forward with a survey to help guide us in making a future decision? Okay, could we have a motion then to approve? Mayor Pro Tem, do you have?
I was going to say, I'm comfortable with us moving forward with the survey, but delaying anything for the 2024 election. Because to do a referendum, we have to make a decision by September 5th, and we won't have a survey. And I'm looking at the other background material that we have.
Is the September date for November?
No, that's for a primary.
Yeah, so, but if there were to be something in November, we would still have time to make that
If we
decision.
were to do it in November, we would have time. But if we were trying to have something by the primary, we'll have to do it by September 5th. So with us having some time, I think the best thing to do is just go ahead, do the survey, receive the input, and then at a later date, we determine how to move forward, which would mean also in moving that forward, that will push back. Adding a district will also be probably pushed back even past 2026, because once we decide how many districts we may want to add, I think that needs to be a holistic community conversation, because we will be definitely splitting up some historically significant neighborhoods that have always been together in order to do districts.
And I think that this can help inform us if we even want to move forward, but also it gives us time to do that. So I think just getting the survey results back will help guide us in terms of time frame. Councilmember Black.
How long did it take for you guys to do the redistricting last time?
It was about, I'm tempted to say about 4 to 6 months. But that doesn't include the staff time.
And there were a lot of questions about it. So I think the key here is go with an outside agent to do it.
Oh, and that could take longer?
Right.
Okay. Yes. So using an outside consultant, I think there was consensus for that. Okay. Well, Councilmember Harrison, would you like to continue with your motion?
Yeah. I'll make a motion to move forward on a survey. I don't know, do we need to decide between quote 1 and quote 2 at this time?
I don't believe so.
Okay, great.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I do have a question. Sorry. Taisha, did you tell us where the money's coming from?
No, I was going to have that conversation with the city manager later.
Well, as we discussed, we have $45,000 in council contingency, so might want to pull some of it out of that, and maybe the city manager could find some of the other funding.
Yes. Whatever your wishes are, depending upon how quick we want to start.
Councilmember Harrison.
If we could determine whether to use council contingency funds after requests are made at the later time today, that would be great.
Would you like to continue with the motion then to give approval, and then we can decide on the funding?
Yeah, so I continue my motion to request a survey as what is described here.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous.
I think
And
the
then
attorney
we'll-
has something to add.
So Mayor, we have a presentation today on the issues that would be relevant after the survey. And we also brought back another issue at the request of the council, just to reiterate again that campaign finance is established by state law. We can go forward with our presentation, or we can reserve that for when you get the survey results, whatever the council wishes.
Let's reserve that. I think there hasn't been consensus. I think a survey could help build consensus. And so thank you for being here. Thank you for being prepared. But we will do this. We'll coordinate after we get the survey results back, and we all take a look.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that, City Attorney. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one question on the agenda today. Tansy Hayward from the City Manager's Office will be presenting this item initially, and I think she will be here to fill the question. So we've had, not a question, just a change. One item, and that is an amendment to the interlocal agreement between the City of Raleigh and Wake County for the Raleigh track. And for those of us that have been around for a minute, this has been lingering on for many, many years, and hopefully we're at a point where we can make some decisions so that we can advance this project one way or the other. So Tansy Hayward for the City Manager's Office is here to present this item.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Again, Tansy Hayward, Deputy City Manager. I do have Ralph Recchi, our Fire Chief, Herbert Griffin, Assistant Chief Ian Toms, also available, and Janie Richardson in the City Attorney's Office also assisted throughout this process. So for those that aren't familiar with the Raleigh track, it's at 3211 Auburn Nightdale Road. There will be some maps in the presentation, but for a point of reference, this parcel is adjacent to the Neuse River, adjacent to Battle Bridge and Auburn Nightdale Roads. So in terms of our agenda today, again, you may have more detailed questions than I can answer that I may defer to the departmental partners on this. I am going to briefly hit on some of the planning that has happened in the fire department in terms of training needs. I'll also give some background with regard to the Raleigh site itself, and then the ILA provisions that we're asking you to approve today, as well as next steps. So many of you have probably seen or been to the Keeter training site. It's located at 105 Keeter Drive. It is a brick two-story building. Primarily, there are a number of, because of the growth demands on the fire department, there are a number of trailers that are used extensively to supplement the limited space that's available within the primary building. There are a number of training props that have been built on the site. This is not the only amenity that we use for training, so the fire department does partner with other agencies in the region and academic partners, both Wake Tech and other community colleges in the region for specialized training. So the Keeter Training Center is the primary home of our, right now we run 2 academies as well as training services for our laterals, as well as in-service training and other supplemental training. So this is really just kind of a near-term viewpoint on training. I know that some of the people that have been with the department can speak to longer-term planning profiles for public safety training needs. But in the near term, in 2016, actually December of 2016, the city council, the city received a report in terms of fire and police training needs. I think since this, we have made some police investments that I think many of you have been to the police training center. For the fire department specifically, that assessment in 2016 identified additional parking and classroom, not a pace space. We do not have a Class A burn building, so we are using facilities at a nearby community college. There is not a training pad for driving, so they are using other facilities. Many of the training props that are on site are reaching the ends of their useful life. We do some specialized storage on the facility, both in the main building and some of the trailers that probably is not sufficient for our future needs. And again, we do host some specialized regional training, and there are opportunities as one of the leading agencies in the region for us to continue being a leader with training for the region. So following that, there was work that happened in collaboration with our engineering services department to understand what sites that were already under city ownership that could host future training facilities for fire. Some of the reasons that the Raleigh site was selected is, one, it is a strategic location near other training facilities. It is adjacent to future investments in 540, so it will have very good access. And it is a very large site that could accommodate multiple phases of development to meet future needs of the fire department. So that feasibility study was completed in 2021. It did identify that this site was feasible to meet the current and future training needs of the fire department. There was some understanding, given that it's in the new spaceman, of the feasibility for permitting. And then there were some very broad cost estimates that were provided at the time that helped to provide a very high level conceptual plan of how the site would be built out. So the Raleigh site itself, the city has owned for some period of time. So it was initially purchased from the North Carolina State University. At one point, there had been cattle grazing on this site. It's also the site where the city had provided or completed biosolid application over time. So this is a very agricultural environment. Once we purchased it jointly with Wake County, there was an interlocal agreement that was adopted between the city and Wake County. It has not been amended since that time. This would be the first amendment to the ILA. That amendment, or that ILA, did anticipate that across the parcel, pieces of that parcel would be assigned to Wake County and pieces would be assigned to the city. Once that happened, that the property would be subdivided and there'd be a financial reconciliation between the parties to ensure that both parties were made whole for any of their original investments. In 2006, there was a conceptual report that was provided that just looked high level about the opportunities on the site. At that point, there were ideas of potential private sector development, conservation opportunities that were identified. Again, this is very adjacent to the city's Neuse River Recovery Facility for Raleigh Water. School opportunities for potential expansion of Wake County given growth in the area. And there was always an understanding that 540 might impact this site. I think those impacts have increased in terms of how impactful they were to future development of the site from the time that it was originally acquired. Following that, in 2010, there was some work between the county and the city to think about an opportunity for environmental education on the site. I think since then, I don't think those plans have manifested into any specific investments. And concurrent with the work in the fire department, looking at the feasibility of this site for their needs, there was another City of Raleigh cross-departmental review to identify any opportunities. I think at one point there was the idea that this might potentially host a park. Since then, we have done the Blue Way plan that really identifies investments for the noose. I think a stream access point would continue to be important here, but we do not anticipate the development of a park. Conservation uses would continue to be a high priority for the city. After that cross-departmental review, there was nothing in terms of other departmental planning that would preclude the use proposed by the fire department on this site. So in FY20 and FY21 capital budgets, there was funding that was included in those budgets for development of phase 1 of this fire master plan. Those investments in 20 were used to support the feasibility study, and in 21 there was a capital allocation made to support the first phase. However, that's has not been designed or appropriated or encumbered pending work with Wake County on the underlying ILA. So again, you can see this larger site, and you can see the northern edge still has not had an allocation for any particular use. The piece on the left hand is the piece of the property that abuts the recovery facility. You can see the potential alignment of 540, which is still being finalized in our negotiation with the state. And you can see a large part of the site still not allocated for use. That piece in red is the approximate just over 70 acres that would be appropriated for the use by the fire department. Not only for these training uses, there is an anticipated potential of future station investment at this. And then you'll see in the southern end, Wake County has asked, while the city is allocating some of this property to the city, that a portion of the property be allocated for Wake County's use. So the next steps, if this ILA is amended, the county's action would follow ours. We would incorporate those proposed fire training investments into the capital prioritization and planning that we are planning to undertake next year in the fire master plan, so that we can, again, begin work to plan for capital investments on this site. We would continue to proceed with the design for the previously funded phase 1, which was a public safety driving pad that was intended to serve both public safety uses, but also the needs of other departments. Again, we do need to do further work to identify uses for the remaining unallocated pieces. And then, again, at that point, in the revisions to the ILA, at the point that uses for all of the property are identified and the 540 acquisition is complete, then we would do a final reconciliation with Wake County. I'm here to answer any questions, and I do also, again, have Chief Griffin and Assistant Chief Ian Toms that can speak more specifically to any questions that you have about fire training.
I do have some questions and concerns. So I went out about a month ago now to the Wake Tech's new Public Safety Training Center in Wendell. They have a huge, I guess you would call it a training pad for use by vehicles, both fire and police, in addition to the training center that can be used by both sectors of public safety. They had said at the time that these would be available to cities and towns. And before I can vote on this, I need more information on what conversations we've had with Wake Tech, how accessible this their new training facility would be. And what I'm fearing is we're duplicating efforts when maybe we could spend the money in other ways that could potentially be more beneficial to the fire department. So those are my concerns.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Herbert Griffin. I'm the fire chief. Welcome, city manager and council. It's good to see y'all again at short notice. We've had limited conversation with Wake Tech, Mayor. We roughly do about 1/3 of our current training with Wake Tech in that group as well. But we've extended it now to where we have what's called Chief Officer Development and newly promoted Officer Development as well. The higher risk calls that we looked at today, that's what we specialize in. That's your hazmat, your rescue, and things of that magnitude that cause a lot of risk for this city. So therefore, we try to not marginalize ourselves, but expand those training efforts. But we're more than happy to talk to Wake Tech to see, so we're not creating overlay.
Yeah, have you been out there?
I've passed by, I hadn't been out there. I do have spoken to Dr. Wicker related to training, and some of the things that we talked about was number one was unified training, unified command for something that magnitude that no one offers here.
It's unbelievable. It's not finished yet, obviously, but we did get a peek, and the type of training they're doing relates a lot to what you've just discussed, making it a very unique center. I just want to make sure we're not duplicating efforts. And so what I would ask is, could you do some more investigation, have some more conversations, and then potentially bring this back to us for consideration?
Sure.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, and this might be for Tansy. I'm curious to get a copy of the master plan from 2010. I didn't find it in a quick Google search, but I would also like some more time just to better understand this Raleigh site and the full potential of it.
Yes, certainly, we can share the document that was created in 2010.
Great, thanks.
Okay. Any other comments? Chief, I just want to tell you thank you. The work session this morning was really well done. And I think there was consensus among the council that it was enlightening. So thank you for your efforts in that regard and leading emergency preparedness and crisis management. It's a tough job, but we appreciate it.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
So that concludes my report today, Mayor and Council.
Okay. No announcements? No. Okay. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the Community Engagement Board.
Excuse me. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, City Manager. My name is Dale Neal. I am with the Office of Community Engagement. I am also staff liaison to the Community Engagement Board, and I want to introduce you all to Stacy Ahua. She is the vice chair of the board. She will go over the presentation today, the bylaws and the work plan for your approval. Stacy.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be able to represent the Community Engagement Board today and to share with you some of the work that we've been doing and hopefully can continue to do with your approval of some of these plans. I'll move through this pretty expeditiously. We have a lot of information. I do want to allow time for any questions or concerns at the end. This is a quick overview of the agenda of what I'll be speaking about. First, just our background, some of the activities and accomplishments that we've had in the past year, bylaws, and then finally the work plan for the board. This should be familiar to you. This is the ordinance that established the Community Engagement Board itself. This has served sort of as our guiding light for the work that we're doing, not only in creating our bylaws, but also in creating the work plan itself. There are some key focal points that we highlighted, looking at policies, practices, and recommendations, community engagement strategies specifically that pertain to equitable practices and ways to engage, public outreach, different engagement opportunities. All of those things became highlights of the work that we did and that we hope to continue to do in the work plan. This is just a view of the structure of the Community Engagement Board. So this is how all of the members were selected, half by council appointment, half from the general public, approved by the Office of Community Engagement staff, and then approved finally by council. And these are our shining faces. These are the people who are doing the work, the volunteer work in service of making decisions on behalf of the general public for community engagement, working with you on how to better approve that process. And I'll take a little bit of time just to ask anyone from the Community Engagement Board to raise their hand so that they can be recognized and thanked for their service thus far. Again, overviews of what we've done. So these are some of the activities, and this is by no means an exhaustive list of what's happened, but just some highlights, activities that we've been able to engage in, not just within our board, but with the community. So attending public meetings, making ourselves known and the services that we hope to provide known, inviting people into our meetings for their own public comment and responding to those as we've been able to, as well as some of the accomplishments in a short period of time, what feels like to us, reviewing different public statutes on public records, open meetings, but also establishing our executive committee with our chair, vice chair, and secretary, and then most recently the work that we were able to do on the policy change regarding public comment. So again, a lot of work done in a little bit of time with a brand new board is something that we are proud of and wanted to be able to share with you. I'll move through our bylaws, just some highlights so far. And you may have seen some of this information before. If there's anything that you do want more detail in, you're hopefully provided with all the information in a packet that you can refer to. But of course, if you have any questions for me, please let me know as we move through it. The Bylaws Committee did an amazing job of not just highlighting the infrastructural needs for our bylaws, but also things that reflect the mission that we were created for, again, in that ordinance, and how we hope to move those things forward, not just as we serve now, but in perpetuity so that the board can continue to do that work long past our service terms. One of the main things that I'll highlight today for you that I think is most integral to our bylaws and thus our work plan are the standing committees that were proposed. So you'll kind of see the structure. The board works as itself first, and then is broken down into 3 standing committees, followed by action teams that would be in service of those standing committees, which are made up of board members as well. These are created pretty straightforward. So their service, the purpose of them are created to really reflect what the names are, what we hope for them to be. First is the outreach committee, really looking at how we can not only continue, but elevate how we are reaching the community, sharing different opportunities for them to engage with us, communicating about activities on a wider scale that can connect the community as well. So that's really a lot of communication between us and the community, working with different departments throughout the city that can help engage people as well. Not recreating the wheel, but maybe enhancing the work that it can do. So that outreach committee will be vital in how we bring people into the process of community engagement and enhance that moving forward. Policy committee looks at existing, potential, or new policies that may affect different communities. So maybe it's something that's emerging that may affect a certain demographic of people. Maybe it's something that resurfaces as an important policy to review or to a germane issue within a community. The hope is that this policy committee can digest, research that information, and then disseminate it back into the community so that's easy to understand, that people are aware. We do the work of making sure we know what policies are in play and relevant, and then relaying that to community as well. It is an important part to know what exists and what may be coming that adds any change to their quality of life. And the equity committee really laser focuses on creating situations, policies, opportunities that are, of course, equitable across demographic community throughout the city and in general. We want to make sure that any historically marginalized communities or people are represented, and that we're paying specific attention to make sure that any issues that could be blind spots for us in serving those demographics of people are addressed. So that will be kind of the laser focus of the equity committee. And then the action team. So this is a bit of a newer concept. Again, we are a new board, not wanting to recreate the wheel, but enhance the work that it does. So the action teams will be part of each standing committee. They are an option, not a mandate for the committee chairs to bring into their work. They have the potential to consist of board members and residents, which is also a little bit of a newer concept, but something that our board is wildly excited about, not just the idea of, but the implementation of, because it offers an opportunity for an open door for residents to bring their resources, their expertise, their opinion on how to achieve the work of the outreach committees and thus the community engagement board, and do it effectively. So we're offering a chance at transparency, we're offering a chance at service, we're offering a chance at bringing in additional resources for that sort of sweat equity portion of the work that we want to do. It can't be on the 16 members of the board, it can't be on the entire Office of Community Engagement staff, but we can utilize anyone who's willing and able to bring their information, bring their resources to us, and help create an actual outcome. So that is more so why they are action teams and not just standing or reference committees that work under each of the standing committees. All of that leads into, so again, this is all reference to how it's outlined within our bylaws, and hopefully create some through lines in the work that we do, but also the general infrastructure of how the Community Engagement Board works in perpetuity. And that leads us sort of to the work plan. So our work plan, again, carries the same emphasis of outreach, of policy engagement, of equity, but we outline 3 main issues within the work plan that we hope to address moving forward in the next year. The first one is continuous opportunities to listen. So community engagement is not just what we throw out for people to digest, but it's also what we bring in, what we hear, how we process that, and then how we create sort of actionable outcomes for that information that's brought in. So we kind of highlighted the idea of outreach and what that really means, how we can really identify it, and then focused on listening. So listening and recording comments from the community to bring back into the work that we do. One of the outcomes that we hope to have and put into play with our work plan is to host community conversation sessions. So these can be with existing organizations at their existing events, partnering with City of Raleigh departments, boards, commissions, nonprofits, wherever we find a need or an opportunity to listen, gain some feedback, and provide an actionable item, we can participate and provide these community conversations. From there, we would compile recommendations and research that would be submitted to council. So again, we're sort of creating this loop that engages people in a way that they know that we're listening, but we can also provide them with a final product that they can see that they've been heard and that something's been done based on their recommendation and their concerns. And then the board will create an accountability process, again, for recording, tracking, addressing all of these different issues or important parts that are brought up during these community conversations. Second issue that we address in our work plan is participation in public comment. So we have been lucky to be part of some of that process already. This is almost a secondary part of that process. So during a survey that was conducted, we found that participants were interested in finding ways to be more effective and efficient in how they participate in public comment. So that will be part of our job, providing them with learning opportunities, any resources, recommendations that we can provide so that not only do they feel heard, but they feel successful and confident in ways that they can bring their issues for public comment. And the final portion of the work plan reflects rapid response from council. So again, this is something that we can see reflected in the public comment sort of recommendation that was given and action was taken on. If there are pressing issues, if there are important public or community engagement issues that you feel need any guidance, any research from our policy committee, some work done by our outreach committee, or a question of equity that our committee can also research, those can be brought to us, again, to be researched, recorded, addressed, recommendations provided, so that we are not just giving our recommendations, but also doing the research to provide information from the community on what can be done. That was quick. That was pretty fast. And these are the next steps and kind of conclusions we're hoping to gain from this. So again, approval or any direction or recommendations based on what you've heard about our bylaws, as well as approval or direction on the work plan. So happy to take any questions on any parts of those, whether it's something I mentioned or something that you've seen in the provided information.
Okay, thank you. Do we have questions? Councilmember Branch?
First of all, thank you for the feedback and the information. It's very concise, thorough. My question is, as far as the action team, the residents that you engage, are they considered part of the action team? Are they considered kind of like, not really, I guess, assistants to the team? And the reason I'm asking that's because we appoint people to committees. So I'm trying to understand from the city attorney's standpoint, if there anything we need, adjustments we need to make for that.
So the bylaws appear to read that the action team members would actually be committee members. They would be appointed by the chair. And just kind of a little bit of background, boards serve in advisory roles, as you all know, and there are three ways that that advisory role is defined. One is in the code or the document that creates it. The second is for the council when it reviews the bylaws to make certain that things are well aligned. And third is approval of the annual work plan. And that's helpful because council then can make certain it gets advice, and that's what our boards do, and that there is not an inconsistency or overlap where two boards are working at cross purposes. So there is something that is inconsistent with the way that the city code is currently written, and that is that council is to appoint the members of the board. Certainly, people can appear and speak to existing boards when appropriate, but in general, it's the council who makes that formal appointment.
Okay, and that's why I asked because you have in the presentation, residents may serve on action team. My question is, are you all considering them members? And would they be like a voting member of the action team, which gives a recommendation to the standing committee, which the standing committee gives a recommendation to your full community engagement board before it comes to council?
So from what the Community Engagement Board has discussed, we're hoping it's a little bit less structured in that way, so it's a more flexible opportunity for people to kind of jump in and jump out of their expertise. So if there's something, an environmental issue, and you have an opportunity, there's a call out by the outreach committee to discuss environmental issues and how we can get that information out into the public. You can volunteer and participate on that action team for that specific issue for a determined period of time. And then once that issue is resolved, essentially that action team dissolves. So there is some capability to flex who is involved and how without really having an appointment by the board, community engagement board, or the chair of that committee for very specific and longstanding service on that action team.
Okay, thank you.
So I would like some advice here from the city attorney. With what has been described, how do we support this and move forward? Do we need, if we were to move forward, do we need changes in what our policies have been, or what's your recommendation here?
It is not unlawful to accept bylaws written as these are written. It is different than what the council has historically done, and important for the council to realize that we are moving beyond what the actual code says. It is lawful to do that if the council chose to do it. It would be my advice to have some clear guidance, and certainly amending the bylaws to acknowledge that these are time-limited roles, that they're more in the nature of a speaker with expertise, and that these are not formal members of the board. Those issues, if the council wanted to consider it, would clarify.
So what would a next step be then? Would the Community Engagement Board come back to us with some modified language and clarification, and then we can approve it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, so I guess, could you come back with some modified language, maybe work with the city attorney's office and bring that back to us for the July meeting so we can approve it?
And that's what specific focus on the action teams and their parameters?
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah. Councilmember Jones?
I'd just like to note, I really think, especially with the Community Engagement Board, it is really important that you are getting that feedback from not just the 16 members, and I really appreciate the effort to include and us making it possible for you to do that, just that, because that's what I feel like you've been tasked to do, and I think you guys will be phenomenal with it. So I appreciate all the work that you've done.
Absolutely.
Just wanted to clarify that you wanted them to come back at we have to check on their next meeting date, but we can confirm the logistics for you.
Well, I think if the city attorney's office can provide some guidance and simplify this, I mean, there's just some specific things that need to be done.
Right,
So-
no, they just met last week, so we just need to get a meeting called to get them together to vote.
Okay. All right, is everybody good with that? All right, if you could come back at our meeting in July, we can get this done. Thank you. Okay, next we are going to matter scheduled for public hearing. First item is, public nuisance abatement. That is, let's see, we have Garner Road, 6046 Iona Place, 309 Oberlin Road, and 7200 Six Forks Road.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Bryce Abernathy, Housing and Neighborhoods Code Enforcement. I am bringing 3 nuisance abatements to you today to ask for a resolution confirming the charges for the abatement of these nuisance issues as a lien against each property. The first one here is 2511 Garner Road. There was some furniture, mattresses, and things like that out beside the house that were cleaned up. Again, our nuisance code allows for 10 days for the property owner to bring these into compliance. In reality, it's usually a month or a little bit longer before we have a crew out on site to clean it up. So this was Garner Road. We notified them on March 1st, 2023. The deadline for compliance was March 21st of 2023, and the abatement took place on April 10th. It resulted in a charge of $390. $215 of that was the actual cost of the abatement, and there's a $175 administrative fee. Do you have any questions regarding that one?
Have any questions? Okay, no one has signed up in support, no one has signed up in opposition, so I'll open the hearing and close the hearing.
Move for approval.
Do we have a second? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Thank you. Anyone opposed? Councilmember Black is opposed.
The second nuisance issue here is 6046 Iona Place. This was a complaint from some neighbors in the apartment complex. A tree had fallen sometime in early to mid-January. The owner did remove a portion of the tree, but the portion right there over the sidewalk kind of remained, and there were some other larger limbs that ended up getting cleaned up by the city. We initially notified them on January 30th of 2023. We did send out a partial completion letter, telling them that we were going to give them some more time. And on February 14th of 2023, we didn't get out to do the abatement until April 12th of 2023, which is roughly about 3 months after initial notification. That resulted in a charge of $704 and with the administrative fee of $175, total of $879. I will say that the owner is here today. I spoke with him out in the hallway. He did not sign up to speak, but I'll leave that up to council if they want to hear from him.
Okay. All right, since the owner is here, have no objections, I'm going to just allow, I'm going to open the hearing. 2 minutes, if you could limit your comments to.
After the tree falls, we made a...
Could you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, okay. My name is Yuan Wang. My last name is Wang. After tree fall, we made great efforts to clean up that tree. That tree was so big, and finally, the job we think was done. However, is not meet with the code. only a small portion of that left on the other side of the walkway. And so we also talked to the inspector. The inspector did not communicate well with us, and also we did not receive the letter mailed to us initially. And after we we discussed, then we understand that we have to done certain things. We did remove almost, I would say, almost everything. That one was not there when was not the one they finally removed by the city. We already removed that one by ourselves. We can show you the picture. The tree was so big, and we removed almost everything. And only one small piece left we did not know. We hired a company called A&E Home Improvement. They came in 3 times to try to do the work, and I think they did the work. We paid them, and we have the invoice here, and we pay and the check receipt.
Councilmember Fort.
Sir, do you live in the property or do you rent it out to someone else?
We rent it out.
Okay.
And also the small piece left there was in our property. We own the entire property. So as a citizen, we think we did everything we can to get the job done. We did not ignore this nonsense at all. And also we hired 2 more groups to clean up. Whenever we get a call, we get it cleaned up. We do whatever we can to put out.
Sir, your time is up. But I'm going to ask if there's any other questions of the owner. Councilmember Harrison.
Yes, this might be for staff. I'm just curious, was there a complaint that came in from someone living there? Was it a hazard for someone living there? Or I'm just curious how this came to your attention.
Yes, ma'am. It was based on a complaint from somebody that lived in the complex. The portion that we removed was over the sidewalk, or jutting into the sidewalk.
Okay. And can you remind me how long that lasted? That would have been sitting near the sidewalk?
So initial notification was January 30th, and we didn't have the crew on site to remove it until April 12th. So almost 3 months.
Thank you.
Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, more clarifying questions. For staff first, so the photo on the left has been cleared, and that's what we're baiting. The photo on the right remains?
This has all been cleared.
It's all
now.
cleared
These
already.
are pictures that are taken before the crew gets out there, and then we take additional pictures afterwards.
Got it. Okay, thanks. And then for the gentleman, so the distance between January and April, when did you contact your crew that you thought had cleared the issue?
We cleared everything, including those things. It's done by us. We cleared by us, not by the city.
When was that?
In March, we have three calls to A&E Home Improvement to get it clear. We initially that tree was so tall. My English is limited. It's very tall, and falling on the roof. We ran a machine to remove everything. Even those things is removed by us, not by the city. The only one big piece on the other side of the walkway, which has will not affect people's life at all. But we do not understand, and Home Improvement does not understand, so they left there. And even finally, we tried to remove that piece, and we cut that tree almost piece by piece. We bought this, tried to using a vehicle to remove that. And the city inspector come in, give us threaten, instead of help us as a citizen. Okay, you are in abate, you have to do this, you have to do this. And that's not a good way. The reason we come here, we're willing to pay as a citizen. However, we come here to defend us as a citizen. As a city's inspector, you should not threaten people. You have to do this, you have to do this, we have to fine you, we have to fine you. Help us. We are immigrants. Help us. Okay, if we don't do that, then punish us. We had made a great effort to try to get this one done. And now, even he agreed to remove administration fee. Okay, we come here not just for money. We come here to defend us as a citizen. Okay, the inspector comes in, you have to remove this, we fine you, instead of help us.
Okay, sir. Going to ask staff to come back. This hearing is still open, but I would like some clarity in how the fines were administered or what direction
Where those
was
costs come
provided.
from, how they're generated. So our streets department in transportation does our abatements for us. And they generate a bill based on the rate of the staff that was used to clean up the issue. They use rates from FEMA for any equipment that's used. Probably chainsaws were used on this one. And that generates a bill. The bill comes to us, and we include the 175, and that's where the amount is. That's where that comes from.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing then. Councilmember Black?
I'm sorry. I had an ADHD moment. Can you repeat that again?
So the cost for the abatement. So our streets department handles the abatements for us. They're in the streets division, transportations department. They go out and do our abatements. The crew that goes out, there's rates for each. If they needed 5 people, and it took an hour, a rate would be generated from that. Also, they include rates for any equipment that was used, and those rates come from FEMA, and that's included on the invoice. They send an invoice to us with the amount. It's usually $700, like this one was probably $704 and some change. We round it down, include the 175, and that's how that total cost is generated.
So did our crews remove the trees?
The City of Raleigh crew did it, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Just real quick, you said you paid someone to do some work on what date? In March?
Yeah, we went there, paid, here is the invoice. I called him before I come here. Here's the invoice they give us, and here's the check. We paid them 3 times. This is the check.
Okay.
This is the invoice. And you can contact them. They willing to be.
What's the date on that?
Date is February 22nd.
And we did our work in April. April 12th.
Between the February and the May, they come back at least one more time.
Okay.
To follow the instruction. Only thing left is we do not understand what the city wants.
Okay. Madam Mayor, I know this isn't my district, but I was thinking of maybe we waive the abatement, but keep the administrative fee for this. But Councilor Harris? Okay, so that'd be my motion.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous.
Just to
Thank you.
clarify, we're waiving the abatement cost and keeping the administrative fee?
Correct.
Yes.
The third one I'm bringing to you today is 909 Oberlin Road. This was also based off of a complaint. Initial notice was given February 15th of 2023. The abatement took place on April 10th of 2023. We had furniture, tires, debris in the backyard of this house.
Okay, any questions? Staff?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the owner of the property say anything as to the reason why they couldn't pay?
No, we have called and emailed, you can get email address off of the utility bill, and no response from the owner.
Councilmember
It is
Black?
owned by a company, WJS Group LLC.
So it's a rental property?
I assume that it is. Yeah.
And that's it's like an apartment complex behind
No, this
it?
is a single-family home.
It's a single family, okay.
Okay, no one has signed up in support, no one signed up in opposition. I'm going to open the hearing and close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. And then 7200 Six Forks Road, that was settled?
That one was paid. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you. Next, we have street closing.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, Mr. Abernathy, before you go too far, can I just inject a comment? Thanks. I know last time you were up here, we talked about sharing of sensitive photos when we have to do these in a more sensitive environment. And there was some conversation around is there a way to not show the photos to respect people's privacy? One brainstorm that someone offered to me in the space between was that maybe the photos could be offered for a paper record at the table, and that would still count as creating the public or the record that we needed. I just wanted to offer that for consideration. I don't know if that's viable, but rather than displaying them, they could be printed.
It would be lawful to hand out paper that is still going to be a public record and is going to be available for public view.
Okay, thank you. So, street closing STC 01 2023, Hammond Center Drive right-of-way.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Kenneth Ritchie with Transportation here to discuss a portion of Hammond Center Drive right-of-way closure. So Hammond Center Drive is currently a cul-de-sac street along Hammond Drive, north of Rush Street, but south of the I-40 interchange. This was established as part of a 2012 subdivision and recently has come in as part of a redevelopment. There was a recombination and then a redevelopment of this property that will establish 348 multifamily units. The closure itself was preempted by the extension of a public street into the site as part of the UDO requirements for the apartment complex. And the cul-de-sac bulb is the additional space that's not going to be need to be retained given the extension of that public street. The approved site plan is for 348 apartment units, and the closure is part of the condition of that approval. We will retain stormwater and sanitary sewer easements that exist in that space today with public infrastructure in them. After analysis, the closure does align with policy T 2.7 of the 2030 comprehensive plan, which speaks to right-of-way closures. And here are the conditions for permanent street closure from T 2.7 that staff did the analysis against. And I will take any questions.
We have any questions of staff? Okay, again, no one has signed up in support or opposition, so I will open the hearing and close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous.
Thank you.
Next, we have annexation petition AX 0823, contiguous inside the ETJ, 3132 and 3130 Tryon Road.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Christopher Golden. I'm with Planning and Development, and this is first of several annexations you have before you today. This first one is in the 3100 block of Tryon Road. The current zoning is R10 with a special parking overlay district. The owner plans on developing 12 new townhomes on this lot. There's an approved subdivision plan. There is water and sewer adjacent, and if it is annexed today, it will be brought into the boundaries of Council District D, and if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them for you.
Okay, we have two people who signed up in support, Allison Pocket and Agnes Lamb, and no one has signed up in opposition. So first, for starters, do we have any questions of staff? Okay. I will open the hearing then. Would either person who signed up like to speak? Okay, do we have any questions? I will close the hearing then. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll motion to approve the annexation with the effective date, I guess, June 20th, 2023.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous.
Welcome to
Thank you.
District D.
Thank you. All
Okay,
right.
next we have annexation petition AX 1523. This is 6121 Ponderosa Road in District A. No one has signed up in support or opposition.
Thank you. So as stated before, 6100 block of Ponderosa Road. So this is also contiguous and within the ETJ. Current zoning is R4. It's just shy of 1 acre. There's a pre-existing single-family home on this site. Just one characteristic of this that is important to note. Currently, the house is vacant. The septic system has failed. The owner is basically, it's a second septic system that's been installed on this site, so they really don't have any other option other than to connect to the sewer, city sewer. They'll also be connecting to water, and that's required for them to occupy that house. If it's annexed today, I will note that there is water and sewer adjacent to that. If they're annexed today, they'll be brought into the boundaries of Council District A. When I spoke to them earlier on the phone, they did indicate that they might be here to answer questions, but I don't know for sure. But if not, I'm here to answer any questions you all might have.
Okay. Do you have any questions for staff? Okay, again, no one has
Is
signed
this
up.
one of them donut holes?
I believe that this one, yes, is in one of those donut holes, unincorporated county island. So it's located there adjacent to city limits, but it's part of a larger area that's in the county, but completely surrounded by the city, yes. So.
Okay, well, I'll open the hearing and close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve the annexation with, do I have to say something? Oh, the effective date of today?
Yes.
Correct.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous.
Thank you.
All right, next we have annexation petition AKO 723. This is 2300, 2302, 2304 Duran Place.
Thank you. So this also is contiguous. It's within the ETJ. It's in one of those donut holes. So current zoning is residential R6. You've got 3 lots total here. The proposed use is single-family dwellings on each site. The interesting, or I think the biggest characteristic to talk about here on the site is that there has been some development in the area. Some surrounding lots had been sold, and some new housing had been built on those. The property owner has actually moved some houses from those lots and intends to locate them on these 3 lots. There's a existing zoning violation on the site. Those houses are being stored on site. In order to get those houses in position, they have to hook up to water and sewer. So in order to resolve that zoning issue, or I'm sorry, that active zoning violation or code enforcement violation, they would have to be annexed into the city to connect to that water and sewer that are adjacent and in Skycrest Road and in Doran. As you can see, they're on the public utilities, and you can see the zoning there. And then you've got the existing houses that were there at one time, and you can see here that there's some houses that are ready to come into the city and be moved on site. So those are existing houses in the neighborhood. Rather than wreck them, they're moving them to a new property. I'm here to answer any questions you might have, and also with this property owner, I spoke with them on the phone, Ms. Stroud. She had indicated that she might be here today as well to answer any questions. Perfect. So if you have any questions of her, she is here as well.
Okay, do we have any questions of staff? Again, no one has signed up in support or opposition. I'm going to open the hearing. We have any questions of the owner? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
I want to thank the owner for saving some homes. This is a way to keep some affordability, and I move to approve the annexation with the effective date of June 20, 2023.
Second.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have annexation petition AX 1220 Hodge Road assemblage.
Good afternoon, Hannah Reckow, Planning and Development. So this item and the next rezoning case go together and need to be acted on together. So like we typically do, I'll give a joint presentation and then you can proceed with each hearing separately. So first is AX 1220 annexation request, a little under 530 acres. It is outside the ETJ, but contiguous to corporate limits across the Neuse River. There is a pending rezoning, Z1620, which I'll cover in a minute, that has largely entitlement for residential, various types of residential units, and some entitlement for non-residential. Public water is available along Pool Road, and sewer is currently available along the western side of the Neuse River, and the Neuse River East Parallel Interceptor project would add that to the eastern side, so the site would have access there as well. And then the site is outside of the standard response time for fire service. So moving on to the rezoning, Z1620, this is a request to rezone from the Wake County zoning, R30, to a planned development PD district. So the site is outside the ETJ in a large area of Wake County zoning, large area of R30. Knightdale jurisdiction is to the north of Pool Road, and there's sort of a mix of uses, including some mixed use designations there. To situate ourselves a little more, this is east of the sort of southeastern part of Raleigh's ETJ and corporate limits. The yellow dotted line is the future I-540 corridor, which you can see goes through the eastern part of the site. And the uses here are largely open land uses, undeveloped, and then low-scale residential with some small commercial currently existing, mostly around along the Hodge Road Pool Road intersection. And here are just some views of the site from its many frontages, so along Pool Road, north and south on Hodge Road, and then some notes from the PD narrative. It would require a portion of a greenway trail to be constructed in the greenway easement along the Neuse River, allow up to 10,000 square feet of non-residential primary uses. Some uses within the base districts that it's based off would be prohibited, and then they would be limited to the trip generation recorded in the TIA. They're committing to a certain portion of the townhomes being alley loaded. And there is a provision to preserve an existing historic burial site. And then at least 3 acres, parcel 3 acres in size would be dedicated for a future fire station. And then there's also a provision to add at least 10 pocket parks that would have certain requirements for location, to residential dwelling units, minimum size, the elements that they contain, including active elements. So kind of big picture, the change here, it's from a very more rural built form in R30 to varying areas within the PD that would range between around 2 dwelling units per acre to up to 14 for a maximum dwelling unit density. And then as well adding some entitlement for non-residential use as well. And then the setbacks are shrinking as well. The smaller setbacks would be allowed. So future land use map in this area is mostly rural residential with a little bit of low-scale residential. The requested district allows entitlement beyond that, including non-residential uses. So it is inconsistent with that designation and inconsistent with the comprehensive plan overall. There's no urban form guidance in this part of the city. So some consistent policies, mainly about treatment of large sites, adding to potential housing supply in the city, and then development around greenways. And then inconsistent policies, the future land use map, but then also around kind of the timing of infrastructure, location of this growth relative to the ETJ, and transitions in density. I did also want to make a note of the comprehensive plan analysis you have was done while the Southeast Special Area Study was still pending. So since then, you've adopted those recommendations. So I wanted to make a few notes there that, just as a reminder, that the Southeast Special Area Study did not make any changes to the future land use map recommendations in this area. It also recommended immediate expansion of the ETJ, but not in where this site is. There is an action to reevaluate at a future date for next steps in ETJ expansion and kind of look at development patterns. And then there are several written policies that I think would be relevant to this site, specifically developing larger sites as a preference over small piecemeal development, and then developing around encouraging greenway connectivity, and then pedestrian friendly residential development. And so with that, I'll just say your Planning Commission recommended approval, and I can answer any questions you have.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. On this one, we're resuming the public hearing, if I remember correctly. No?
This is the first time.
So I should have clarified
But
that.
I understand there's some more conditions they want to put in.
Yes.
So the annexation hearing is open, I believe, and then the rezoning hearing has not been opened yet.
Yeah. So this one is open, but we would hold it if they have more conditions they want to add for the rezoning, which has not been opened yet.
Correct.
Do you have?
I have a question for staff. One of the concerns I know across the entire city always is dealing with traffic. And I know here from Hodge Road, the connection towards Auburn Church Nightdale, and with 540. Since we're going to wind up holding this, but if staff could at some point be willing to explain the plans for that Hodge Road connectivity, I think it would help, overall address the traffic challenges.
Yes, we can definitely come back with that.
Councilmember Ford.
One quick question. What was the reason for the dissenting vote at the Planning Commission?
I don't believe that commission member gave a reason.
Okay. All right. So I'm looking for direction from Mayor Pro Tem. You want to leave it open?
I think the applicant's here, so I think at least let's go ahead and have the initial hearing, and then they can come back.
Okay, I have two people who have signed up in opposition then, so if we're
Okay.
going to include that. Okay, we have Molly Stewart here, support, and then opposition, Arnell Ballantyne and Leon Cook. So I'll have 8 minutes per side.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Molly Stewart, Morningstar Law Group, here on behalf of the applicant Mungo Homes. I do have with me today Arnaldo Echevarria as well as Megan Bradshaw from Mungo Homes, as well as Brendy Vega from Withers and Ravenel, who prepared the proposed master plan for this planned development. We also have with us Lisa Lundeen of Exalt Engineering, who can discuss the traffic impact analysis for the site. The planned development request before you, it's the result of years of work. This has a 2020 case number on it. We've worked with city staff, we've worked with neighbors on this. We're especially grateful for the input we've received from the planning, fire, and park staff, as well as the city attorney's office. I wanted to note there was some additional outreach done on this request as well. We heard some feedback from a neighbor after our second neighborhood meeting that there was a desire to have more outreach with a broader notification. And so that was done. We did, for comparison, the required neighborhood meeting, we had 274 notices that were mailed. We actually expanded that, not necessarily according to a radius, but along certain boundaries that made sense that were outside of that area. And for that third meeting, we sent 469 letters. So that third meeting was conducted as well. So with that, I'll turn to the location of the request that you see on your screen, as well as a bit more about why this project makes sense at this location. So as you see here, this location forms sort of a notch where the Knightdale and Garner jurisdictions extend out past the extension of I-540, but the boundary of Raleigh does not. And to zoom in a bit more, you can see a little bit better how this proposal relates to the I-540 extension on its east, as well as the Neuse River, which forms the western boundary of the site. This image on your screen was taken from the Southeast Special Area Study, and the general location of this proposal is highlighted in the yellowish color within that Area 3. Not only is the location within the CESA area, but it's within a portion of the CESA that's closest to the already urbanized portion of the city and largely within that 540 perimeter. And to zoom in, we can see a bit better the relationship of this location to a planned interchange for I-540. So that's providing direct access to a major regional transportation facility. The I-540 extension is not the only piece of urbanizing infrastructure in this location. The 96-inch sewer line that you heard about from staff, this is under construction. It's along the western boundary of the site, along the Neuse River, and that represents, the second major piece of urban infrastructure bounding this site. As you heard from staff, the CESA recognizes the importance of developing large sites, particularly as planned development districts in this location. The size of this request, as well as the clear plan provided by the use of the planned development district, will permit the city to achieve the initial population in this area that's necessary to start providing residents with access to services, as well as to permit this project to dedicate a large amount of land to a couple of key public needs, such as greenway access and fire service. In addition, by providing a portion of neighborhood mixed use as a base district, that's the area in pink on your screen, the applicant is also able to begin to provide some small commercial services to residents, just so they don't have to leave the site for every need. With this slide, I need to reorient you. Here north is on the left side of the slide. The Neuse River is at the bottom of the slide, so we're looking east from the Neuse River here. The proposal here is to provide approximately 1,850 market rate workforce housing units, and to provide a spectrum of options from multifamily apartments to townhomes of various sizes, as well as single family detached homes, which are situated on a range of lot sizes as well. And this would be together with some shared amenities, pocket parks throughout the project, as you heard, offering active and passive recreation options, at least 20% open space on the site, similar to a conservation subdivision, as well as a community center. Due to the extensive open space on the site, as well as the amenities, the maximum density possible under the proposed zoning will be 3.6 units per acre. So that's less dense than is possible under the R4 zoning district. So in addition to proposing this planned development, which would contain a large supply of housing for the residents of the site, there are these two other items that will have impacts beyond the borders of the project. The Neuse River Greenway Trail exists on the west side of the Neuse River here, so this is across the river from this site. While a greenway will be provided as well along this site frontage on the east side of the river, it's going to take some time for other property owners and for the city to complete the larger network on this side of the river. For that reason, one of the changes we'd like to make now that the hearing is open is to reserve land in this project for a greenway bridge landing on this side of the river, and that will permit a future bridge connection between the two components of the greenway. Additionally, land will be dedicated to permit construction of an urgently needed fire station, so it will serve not only residents of the site, but the surrounding area. As we understand from the CESA study, this is an urgent need. So in summary, the proposed project will provide up to 1,850 units of much needed housing. It will have access to enhanced open space and will very soon be served by a massive new urban infrastructure in the form of I-540 and a new sewer line. This project will be able to provide the basics to open the door to this portion of the CESA to start to provide new housing for the city by creating a base of residents to patronize new businesses in the area, and also by devoting land to the fire protection needs of this area to permit that additional housing to be built. In accordance with the recommendation of the Planning Commission, we believe this request is reasonable and in the public interest. We hope you'll support it. As you heard, we are intending to make changes to this request based on some conversations we've had, requests that we've heard, and for that reason, our request to you is to hold this hearing open until August 15th to allow us to submit those changes. Our entire team is here to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions? Councilmember Patton?
Yes, hi, thanks for presentation. Couple of questions. What is the intended timeline? I know you've referred to them, I think, as pods across the development. What's the intended timeline across the pods?
Sure. So the full build-out of the project would take approximately 10 years, and it would generally proceed from west to east.
Got it. And then has this portion of 540 been funded? We know it's coming?
Yes.
It is? Okay. Okay, other question. There's staff notes a number of inconsistent policies in the staff report. Have you talked with them about potential conditions that would bring this into greater consistency?
We have, and we understand, so some of those are possible, and some are represented by some of the changes we intend to make, and others we won't be able to. For example, the future land use map calls for rural residential here.
Yeah, thanks, Molly, for the presentation. I'm curious if you could speak to the topics for the additional rezoning conditions, and then also any concerns that you've heard about traffic and, opportunities to mitigate impact in the area.
Sure. So the first question that you had about the additional conditions, I didn't quite catch what the question was there.
I was just curious if you could speak generally to what you're looking at there. Yeah.
Great, sure, yes. So there were a few that we've had conversations about. Actually, the bridge landing that I talked about is one of them. That is not yet part of the case, but that is the intent. Also, there is a requirement for a disc golf course that we'd like to include. There's been some conversation about how exactly to structure that and whether it should have some broader uses. That's an ongoing conversation as well. I also understand there's interest in providing for some native plantings in the area, and so we're looking at that as well.
On traffic?
I will turn this over to Lisa Lundeen from
Thank you.
Excels Engineering.
Hi, my name is Lisa Lundeen. I'm with Exalt Engineering, and we completed the traffic impact analysis for this study. And the purpose of that traffic study is to analyze the potential traffic impacts that the proposed development has on the surrounding roadway network, and to identify any roadway improvements that are needed to accommodate that increase in traffic. And throughout our study, we first studied the traffic conditions in the future as if the development was not built, and compared that to the traffic conditions as if the development was built, to identify any roadway improvements that would be needed as part of the study. Sure. How do I get to those? Okay. And this first screen shows the intersections that we looked at as part of our study. And these were identified by the City of Raleigh staff as well as the North Carolina Department of Transportation. And this next slide shows you all the roadway improvements that will be constructed as part of this development. The text in blue is improvements that will be constructed by others, whether it's the City of Raleigh, NCDOT, or other development projects. Then the text shown in red is the roadway improvements that will be constructed by this developer.
And maybe this is a question for our staff. Could we have someone from transportation talk about potential impacts of the traffic, potential traffic changes here?
So certainly we've been working with the applicant on this, and if we could, when they bring this back, certainly we can have better analyzed what those impacts would be, and obviously be able to respond to Councilmember Branch's question on Hodge Road as well.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to reset the timer. And Arnell Ballantyne and Leon Cook have both signed up in opposition. If either are here, they may come up and speak.
Good afternoon, Mayor, councilpersons, and audience. My name is Leon Cook. This proposal plans to annex over 526 acres of heavily treed, low residential housing to provide a planned community of various single and multifamily housing options, totaling up to 1,815 units. It is not in the ETJ, but it's in the Wake County planning jurisdiction. It is inconsistent with the comp plan, and the future land use map, which, as in previous cases, will be changed to accommodate the inconsistencies if this is approved. That's what the city does. If a case is inconsistent, just change the plan to accommodate the discrepancy. Standards apparently impede flexibility. Is this proposal consistent with the Southeast Special Study Area, which calls for retention of the rural nature of the area, and where there is development, maintain green stormwater infrastructure, including permeable pavers? I strongly urge that this development do not go forward until the special study area is complete and approved. Then it must follow the directives as outlined, or as in prior cases, if it does not conform, it may just change the rules. Where is the infrastructure to support such a large development? Will it be available before, during, or after? The special study states that they need to be done in place along with the process of the development. Who monitors this? Raleigh is short-staffed in both the police and fire departments. How does the city plan to provide these services, and not at the expense of existing neighborhoods? What about the access to city water and sewer? With the already planned NC 540 cutting through the parcels, what impact does that have with services support? Roads may or will not be accessible for the fire or police department. 72% of current residents in the area are people of color, with a mobile home park adjacent to it. There are no plans for subsidized housing, so where will anyone being displaced by this project be able to go? What about the current low-income residents of Raleigh being forced out of their NORs, which is naturally occurring affordable housing, due to rapidly rising property taxes or rents? Will they be able to find housing in this project? If not, where? And I continue to ask if any of the units are affordable, and affordable to whom? City Council has an obligation to honor its pledge when they ran for office in 2019 to provide affordable housing for all its residents. Affordable for low-income residents means 30% AMI, not 60 or 80% AMI. Let's keep that in mind when you vote on this case, as well as others coming forward through the pipeline. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Based on what I heard earlier, we are going to keep this hearing open. We've conducted it. And we will ask that this come before us, Corey, what date? August 15th. And then, okay, we'll leave that. Next, we'll go to the actual rezoning for Z16. You want to hold this, you don't want to open the hearing?
Yeah, I want to keep this open as well until August 15th.
No, we have to we would have to open it today. We haven't opened this yet.
Okay, I mean, they need to put conditions in, so I'm going to the city attorney on.
Yeah, so we would then open it.
You could open the hearing and then continue it until the date when the annexation is also heard.
Okay, so we'll open the hearing, then hold the hearing. 3 people have signed up in opposition, 2 are here in support. So, okay. All right, so do we have a staff presentation? Oh, it's combined? That's not what my notes here say. So I'm confused.
So we opened the annexation at our last city
Right.
council meeting.
And we were continuing
And we're
it.
continuing it. So today's presentation was actually on the rezoning that we just had, the rezoning case, the Z16.
Okay, I never opened up the zoning case. I resumed that
Okay,
hearing.
so there must, I have to go back and look. I don't have the folder in front of me. I know there was the annexation sign up and there was the zoning case sign up. So I don't know which one you read from.
That was the,
So Mr. Cook, you signed up for the annexation or the zoning?
he signed up for both.
For both, okay. So I would say you need to open up the public hearing for the rezoning case and then have it and then leave
Right.
it open.
That's, okay. So nothing from staff then, you just presented?
Yes, so the joint
Okay.
presentation.
I'm going to open up the public hearing then for the zoning this time, C1620. And as I said, we have 2 people signed up in support, Molly Stewart. You will get 8 minutes. I don't know if there's anything more that you want to say. And then I have 3 people signed up in opposition, Melody Ray, Billy Myrick, and Leon Cook. Are the 3 people who signed up in opposition here? Could you raise your hand? Mr. Cook? Okay. And is Billy Myrick here?
I was asked to speak on his behalf. He had a stroke this past week, if that's okay. I live on Family Lane adjacent to this parcel coming in.
That goes against our public comment rules, and I'm very sorry to hear that. Is he doing okay? Okay. Molly?
Thank you. I did follow staff's lead and give the combined presentation, but I do have a few clarifications based on what we heard. So we did hear about the Plan Week goal to preserve the rural nature of the area. I didn't have that page with me, but I do recall reviewing that. I believe that refers to the areas of that plan that are designated rural. This area, this location is within the community reserve of that plan, which has a different set of goals attached. With respect to whether infrastructure is sufficient in this location, not only do we have the I-540, for example, anticipated completion in 2028, well before this project is even halfway through, but there are infrastructure sufficiency requirements in the UDO that would hold this up at site plan stage if there were an issue. So nothing about the rezoning process would get this this proposal outside of those regulations as well, so they would still govern. With respect to subsidized housing at this location, if one were to propose subsidized housing at this location, it actually doesn't meet many of the requirements or recommendations for affordable housing, particularly deeply affordable housing, based on its location, based on its distance to some basic services such as grocery stores and pharmacies. So that is difficult to do here. As I said, this is sort of market rate workforce, so already sort of designed to serve the people in the area and what can be afforded there. So very difficult to put additional burdens on those people to provide housing at a deeper affordability level that is not really even recommended for this area. So just a few clarifications, and with that, I'd like to reserve my time to respond to any additional questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Harrison?
Yeah, just a quick question, Molly. When you say market rate workforce housing, could you give us a sense of the AMI of that?
Yeah, so we have the, some starting prices for some of the types of units, and as I said here, I realized the AMI translation is something we should bring back next time.
Not, okay, gotcha. I also like to make a motion to allow the individual who is here to speak.
We'll get to that.
Okay, I want to make sure since she spent the time here with us this afternoon.
I'm going to ask the city attorney first. So, all right, so Molly, you have 6 minutes left. And what will happen next is we have 8 minutes for those in opposition. Melody Ray, will start with you. And please do not use the total of 8 minutes. We have 3 people who want to speak.
Thank you all for your time. My name's Melody Ray. I am a resident who lives 1 property over from this planned development community. I did not sign up to speak in opposition to the annexation. I think that I'm one of the residents who understands that it was the intent of the county for Raleigh to move into this area, and what I really want to focus on is the density and zoning associated with this petition. What's really important here is the fact that it is inconsistent with every single large range planning document at the county level and at the city level. And so as the previous speaker spoke, it's as if we have inconsistencies with the comprehensive plan, we have inconsistencies with the future land use map, we have inconsistencies with the Southeast area study, we have inconsistencies with the vision themes for growth, we have inconsistencies with Plan Wake. And so here we are with municipal leaders, resources, lay people, experts, all devoting important time to ideas about phasing and ideas about density. And then we have a single developer who comes up and says, throw all those out the window, they don't really matter. Conform every single one of those plans to what we want to do because we want to do it on the timeline now. If you look at the Southeast area study that you all just approved, this is contemplated for a phase 3 development. All that phasing was particularly important because people have taken into account the infrastructure that needs to be put in place prior to putting a development with this kind of density in place. The Planning Commission report is something I encourage you all to read in detail. I think people, not just the residents, but others would be shocked when you look at some of the language in here. It talks about this proposal is never a pattern of density or development that was ever envisioned for this part of Raleigh's long-range urban service area. You have quotes from this same plan that talks about we are getting ready to have significant initial capital and operational costs in order to put infrastructure in place to meet this. So from a parks perspective and public safety perspective, that's something that's noted by the Planning Commission. And so again, it goes back to this phasing that maybe this is a proposal that's appropriate for 5, 6, 7 years down the road, but not now. We're outside the fire response times, and the concern that we have about that is, yes, there's a goal to put a fire station in this area, but that puts the burden on the city to fund it now. It's not currently funded by the city. And so these are all things that are, again, as noted by the Planning Commission, that we would then, as a city and as taxpayers, begin to absorb these costs on the developer's timeline, as opposed to the timeline that was envisioned for all of these long-range plans. One of the things that's most important to note is about this idea that all of the traffic for this development is going to come out into a 2-lane road, Pool Road. The Planning Commission notes there is not a single connection for anyone going south, east, or west other than Pool Road. And if anybody's driven that and understands what the traffic is, it's significant. This Planning Commission report says connectivity between Hodge Road and Arbor-Nightdale Road is essential, and it's at least a decade away or more. So again, this is about the prematurity of this kind of density in this kind of area, given the lack of infrastructure that's in place and the burden that's going to be put on citizens and taxpayers to absorb these operational costs and the infrastructure costs in order to provide the kind of development that's necessary. 2 more things I want to point out.
I just want to point out you have 4 minutes, and
okay,
it's
Ms.
total of 8 minutes.
Wilkerson and I talked about her having 3 minutes, so if I could just take one more of those.
Well, there's one more person after that
Okay.
as well. He needs a half a minute. He's already had.
He's already started. Just final couple of things I would want to point out. You have to look no further than something that happened 5 days ago in the newspaper with Wake Forest Town Commissioners talking about their concerns of how they approve subdivisions and developments all based upon DOT-funded projects that then for which funding was pulled. I know that we know 540 is coming, but a contract hasn't been issued. This is a project that was also pulled from Wake Forest. The Wake Forest Town Commissioner in this article from WRAL, I asked folks to take public notice of, says, we are so angry. We as a town have budgeted and planned for all the studies we've done and all these subdivisions we have approved have been based upon this infrastructure being in place. We're in the exact same position where we're saying we want all these things to happen and they're funded, but they're not here yet. And so again, this is a timeline because there's nothing in the petition that would restrict this developer from anything other than giving them blanket approval to do it, and then have the taxpayers and everybody who worked on these long-range plans feel as though this kind of engagement from the public doesn't really matter.
Okay, so City Attorney, our rule is we can't have replacement speakers in this instance.
Yes, ma'am, and unfortunately, that rule is very clear. Your rule specifically says a speaker may not share or relinquish time to another person. And I am concerned because we would have to then set a rule and treat everyone in the same manner that we're treating this individual. And if we wanted to change our rules long-term, we could certainly do that. But as written, in my view, the rule doesn't allow the speaker to speak today. That wouldn't prohibit someone from sending an email and sharing views in that method.
That's what I was, after you just started that, I was going to suggest sending us all an email.
So I can't speak on my own behalf for my own words, and that's the time spot.
No, because you didn't sign up.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of the process. I apologize. I work in healthcare. This has been a full day experience for me.
Mm-hmm. So, well, if you could send us all an email, you can go to our website and it says City Council, and that email will come to all of us, and you'll be able to share that. Now, one other thing I would say is we are having another, like this will remain open, so you could sign up to speak at the next meeting, should we allow additional comment.
When would we know if additional comment will be allowed at next meeting?
Once we get the conditions back and we just take a look at it and see what the remaining issues are. And this would be August 15th. Ma'am? This would be August 15th. Okay?
I just have a quick question. During the abatement, there was somebody who hadn't signed up and we allowed him to speak. So what are the rules on motioning for allowance of that?
So in that case, this was a property owner against whom you were to assess, submit a lien on their property. And so in that case, I was concerned about due process issues so that this person could provide evidence that you would consider in your hearing before you made a decision.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I apologize for that. We will continue the hearing. Mr. Cook, you can come up. There's 3 minutes left. And you could also save some time, so there's time on there.
I do.
That she could be using next time.
Well, I was going to volunteer to do his speech, but anyway, I've pretty much said what I wanted to say in the annexation, but I want to also you to consider they're providing 2 acres for a fire department. What about a police station? What about providing land for that, as well as a school? This is a whole 1,850 unit complex. There's going to be need for schools. So why don't you allocate some land for that since you have so much open land? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will continue this case until the 15th. Okay, next is rezoning Z5922 Shaw University. This has been before us several times. Guess staff can update us on where we are.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Ira Mabel, Planning and Development. So this is a request for a number of districts, mostly office mixed use, from 5 to 12 to mostly downtown, 12 and 30, which this is the scope of the request today, TX 30, 20, 12, and OX3, and an overview of the site. I do have slides for the conditions, but as this is the third time presenting, those are really just in case we need them for your questions. I will be skipping to what's been new since last time. So land use is treating the historic properties, which are on this map. So we get to number 6, which is the first change since the last time the hearing was continued. So in addition to those heights, just general in the zoning districts, the 20s and the 30s and so forth, there is now a regulation that those, or a condition for those 4 named landmarks there, or historic structures, I should say, to be no more than 5 stories. So that's currently what they are zoned today. They are all in the OX5 district on Shaw. So this is just keeping that status quo essentially for those buildings. Again, happy to go back to review these previous conditions. These 2 slides are about transportation, which I have a summary map. And so this is the remaining changes. There's further detail about the vibration. I think about who would do that, who would monitor that, and where that data would go. And then 17 through 19 are all new. So the first one is within the first 3 new buildings in a site plan, so permitted for construction, there must be some residential use for Shaw students. And that is further defined as at least 100 beds and at a rate no more than an average of Raleigh universities. So that's number 17. Number 18 requires if any of this property is sold by Shaw, that new owner would have to file a rezoning petition. And then number 19 is rather long and detailed, but essentially sets up a structure for community meetings over the course of 3 years once they have submitted a site plan. So that is, I think, language that is similar, if not identical, to what's in the downtown south conditions as well. So I will stop there. Happy to take questions about these changes or anything else that we've talked about previously.
Okay, do we have any questions of staff? Okay. This hearing had been kept open. I'm going to allot 6 minutes per side. We have Mac Paul, Paulette Dillard, and Don Pitts signed up in support. We have 11 people signed up in opposition. I will ask you to please decide how you're going to split up your speaking, keeping in mind that 6 minutes per person. Per side. Yeah. We've had the 8 minutes per side, and we've also allotted additional time, and now we're allotting additional time again.
Good afternoon. I'm Paulette Dillard, president of Shaw University. First of all, thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak on behalf of the rezoning application. I would like to first acknowledge those that are here in support of Shaw University's rezoning application, and if okay, I'd like for them to stand. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the chairman of the Board of Trustees of Shaw University, who is also in the audience. Thank you. The request for the rezoning of the property that is before the City Council is in keeping with Shaw University's strategic plan. And that plan is to ensure a sustainable future for our university. And one of the specific initiatives is enhancement of infrastructure and leveraging real estate in order to continue to provide a commitment to quality education, to attract and retain students, and do what Shaw University has been doing for 157 years. And we believe that the university's presence in the neighborhood demonstrates its commitment to being an anchor institution for the Black community here in Raleigh, North Carolina. And so we appreciate your support of this application. We filed it in July of 2022. We followed all of the steps that we believe that you have asked of us to do in association with that rezoning application, and ask that you approve it as requested. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mac Paul, here on behalf of Shaw University. I'm going to reserve any time we have left over to respond to comments you may hear in a moment, just to be able to clarify and answer questions. My comments will be brief. This is a little unusual, I think, for all of us. Typically, we see a developer here in front of you, standing here at the podium, making a request, and a lot of times the issues deal with the neighbors and concerns over impacts on the neighborhood. An older institution that's very much beloved has a lot of different constituents. And we're seeing that come out in this case, and we're responding as we can. I think we all can agree that Shaw is very vital to this community. We want to see it succeed. Many private HBCUs are having difficulty because they rely on tuition, and these partnerships that they're pursuing is a very valid and good way to generate revenue. And what that needs to be successful is some flexibility. So they're in downtown, which is great. Downtown supports a lot of development, height, city owns property across the street, 40 stories, but you also have historic issues and buildings and other considerations. So this is an effort to try to navigate that, help Shaw be successful and address the issues that have been arisen. I really appreciate the efforts by council to try to sort through the swirl of issues going on and try to hone in on the ones that are directly connected to the city's comprehensive plan and the rezoning request, and appreciate at the last meeting the very concrete direction that was given to Shaw and given Shaw an opportunity to come back and address the comments that were raised. And those really revolved around certainty that Shaw will benefit from this by having a condition where there will be housing for students that are dedicated to Shaw students at an affordable rate. There was concern about potential sale of the property. The good thing about these arrangements are that they through a long-term land lease, the university control it and can still generate a lot of revenue without having to sell. But we did put a protection if they did sell, it would have to go back through a rezoning, file a rezoning request. And then a lot of the conditions have dealt with historic preservation. Shaw's been around 150 years, more than 150 years. It's maintained its beloved buildings. It's in the midst of a historic stewardship plan with some of the top architects helping them. They've got over $2.5 million in grants to renovate these the 4 historic buildings. But one of the things y'all did not specifically ask for, but we've continued to talk to RHDC and the preservation community, relates to concerns about development pressure. And the biggest concern was to not increase the heights over the 4 historic buildings, Tupper, Tyler, Leonard, and Esty Hall on campus. And that was really the impetus for that additional zoning condition about maintaining the height where it is at 5 stories. So again, we look forward to answering any questions. We know, again, there are other issues going on here that may not be directly related to this, and I may come back in a minute depending on what we hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll reserve 1 minute. And then I'm going to call, this is the order of sign up. Leroy Mitchner, Matthew Brown, DeMonte Crawford, Eugene Myrick, Gaston Williams, Keisha Monk, Everett Chambliss, Curtis Kate Fang, Jenny Harper, Zainab Oaabidh. Oh, Q, okay. Getting old. The eyesight isn't what it used to be. And Jihad Shawa. So again, 6 minutes. I'm going to let you all kind of decide, but we have Leroy Mitchner first. I'm going to ask once again, just be considerate of everybody else who has signed
I'll
up.
try to be brief and to the point. This kind of reminds me of Black Wall Street, 1921 in Oklahoma and Rosewood. How the black land was taken from us by ancestors. And it also reminds me of North Raleigh, North Hills, and Cameron Village. And I see this gentleman coming up here talking, it sound like he has artificial sweetener coming out of his mouth. And I'm going to tell you something. I do believe that eventually Shaw is going to be lost because it just seems like every ethnic group in this country has a chance to thrive except the black community. And every time we try to, there's always somebody coming in here with artificial sweetener coming out of their mouth talking about how good it is. This does not make any sense. Now, I do believe that Shaw University is going to be lost in 20 or 30 years. I hope I'm wrong, but when you look at the package that I gave you, it outlines, because I used to do a commentary for our black newspaper, and I outlined how Mayor York came into Cameron Village and tried to put up a high-rise, and then almost look at the development in Cameron Village and look at North Raleigh now, and the black community is just almost out of sight.
Can we hold the timer, please? Next is Matthew Brown. Okay, next, Monty Crawford.
He's not here.
Eugene.
I have a slide
Again,
deck.
please, you've got 4 minutes, 26 seconds left, and you have others who have signed up to speak.
That's not it. Okay, so this plan is consistently inconsistent. Consistently inconsistent. Going back to the university charter, it says for institutional purposes only. That's the university charter. The last meeting, you all voted down Z5422, including you, Councilman Branch, which was on the north side, the white side of town. It wasn't even in the edges. It was voted down, a 30-story building. Z5922 is in the south side, the black neighborhood. We want our neighborhood saved as well. Y'all saved their daylight, y'all saved their sunlight. We want ours saved as well. Next slide, inconsistent. Future land use map, zoning, inconsistent, reinforcing the urban pattern, inconsistent density transitions, inconsistent transitional buffer zone districts, building height transitions, protecting historic neighborhoods. It is inconsistent. Context-sensitive design, downtown edges, downtown transition edges, South Park downtown transition, South Park historic preservation, all inconsistent. And then you have those key policies which are supposed to hold a little more weight. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 key policies that's supposed to be inconsistent. That's supposed to hold a little more weight, all inconsistent. If you look and you going by your rules, Councilmember Ford, you told us to come with policy. You said, don't come up here talking about how the trustees steal. Don't talk about how we got the lowest enrollment in 30 years. Policy. This policy calls for no more than 4 stories on the edges, no more than 12 stories in the core. That is the policy. If every one of you stick to the policy, this thing gets denied. And then you see the future transit station over there on the left. Like I mentioned earlier, that Councilman Branch is the transportation chair, but we haven't had any meetings about how our history is going to be preserved on Wilmington Street. Next slide. Once again, when a conflict exists between the edge and the core transit locations, the area will be considered a general area. There is a conflict between the edges and the core. Maximum height is 12 stories. Stick to the policy, please.
There's 2 minutes left for others to speak.
Once again, like I mentioned, how will our buildings be protected? Leonard Medical School, Tyler Hall, the retaining wall is less than 8 feet from the street. How will that be protected, Councilman Branch? You're the transportation chair. And Tupper and Pope House is on the right. This is Mac Paul saying that how do I get this to play? Can somebody get that to play for me, please?
With the BRT corridor, Shaw University happens to be at the epicenter of one of the station areas, which call for a quarter mile, greater height and intensity in those areas.
Once again, he's calling for greater height and intensity in those areas. Our historic buildings will be lost, our history will be lost, and I'm asking you all to stick to the policy and vote this disastrous thing down. Thank you.
Next, we have Gaston Williams.
Madam Mayor, Jenny Harper and I are passing on our time to Curtis Casefang, who's able to answer any questions the council has concerning the RHDC position.
Okay, if he could come up.
Hello, Curtis Casefang, 519 Polk Street, member of your Raleigh Historic Districts Commission. The commission's position remains unchanged. The additional conditions offered by the applicant do not preserve those buildings. They preserve the footprint for no growth, not the area around them, so they could build right up to all sides of those buildings. No other conditions that we've requested have been addressed. We only object to less than 4% of the potential floor area that they're asking for. So surely that 4% is something that Shaw can sacrifice to preserve its own history and the history of the community. I'll be very happy to answer any questions you might have beyond this. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 more people who have signed up to speak. There's 30 seconds left.
I have a presentation. This afternoon, I want to talk about what community engagement isn't. Community engagement isn't holding tightly curated webinars where a majority of questions aren't answered. Community engagement isn't going through the motions of holding a community meeting prior to the rezoning application and then not having the answers to the questions.
I'm concerned with our students becoming a minority on Shaw University's property.
I can't answer all the questions there. I just started last week.
There was... I'm sorry, what?
Can I make a motion for 2 minutes for the final speakers? Because I know there's at least one group that hasn't been able to speak.
Second.
We also had 2 people, or 1 person who's just took most of the time, who also spoke during public comment today, and that's totally inappropriate. But I believe we have a 3rd person, Everett Chambliss, who is also signed up to speak. So are we allowing 2 minutes for the 3 remaining?
You have to do both sides.
Well, we have to add time to the other side, but no, you had said for the...
2 minutes for the 3 remaining, so don't
Okay.
fully.
So next we have Everett Chambliss. Oh, that was a motion?
Yeah.
Seconded. All in favor? Aye. Okay. Everett Chambliss.
2 minutes.
Remember, there's 2 minutes total. Please do not take up all the time. And
I will try to be
if you
very
could-
brief and quick, but some of you may be better as Ford Chambliss. Basically, what I want to speak to is there's been a sort of there's been
Please.
a straw man sort of set up that there's
Please.
a church-state separation issue.
Hold on, please. Hold on. If you're disrupting in the back, the speakers can't speak. We're giving each of them time. These are all 3 people who've signed up to represent the Muslim community. So please be
No.
respectful and let them address what they need to address.
For or against?
Again, I'll be very quick. There's been a straw man set up. This is a church-state separation issue. It is not. This is a historical, cultural issue. The city of Raleigh, the Kingdom of City of Raleigh, the African-American community got together to build a dedicated building with a mosque, not a chapel built in a room, but a mosque that has been going on and has served the community for 40 years at a very significant historical and cultural event. The Planning Commission was not made aware of it. Other things weren't made aware of it. That's the key point, and I'll end at that time.
Thank you. If you could stop the clock, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Zainab Kabin, and I'm a board member of Masjid King Khalid, and we oppose the application for shore rezoning. The purchase of the land for the city to Shore University was specifically to erect the Islamic and Islam International Studies Center, with the masjid being the primary goal, and the core of the building open indefinitely for staff, students, and the Muslim community at large. It is a historical site that should not be included in the rezoning application. Based on the last council member meeting in May, you encouraged Shore University to engage with us a conversation with the community. I stand here today to report that that has been to no avail. The only conversations that we have had was solely to revise and finalize a memorandum of understanding for the Muslim community to regain access back into the masjid, which Councilman Forte, you said that's a separate issue. So in terms of rezoning, we're requesting that, being that they cannot even reach out to the community at large, the Muslims, the alumni, the historic preservation, the residents in the area, they have not had one conversation with any of us. Why are we approving their application? And who's to say that in the near future they're still going to extend an invitation? These public meetings, we've attended them, and they have not had answers for us. They say that they are not the ones in charge that can give us the answers.
Time has run out. I'm going to go back to the applicant. You have 3 minutes total. If there are issues you want to address.
I'll just touch on a couple. One, about the consistency. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan as relayed in the staff report. Not 100% of the policies, but overall consistent with the comprehensive plan. The fact it is on a BRT corridor is one of the things that does call for the additional height in this corner of downtown. We do have Dan Blue here with you. I think most of you are aware there have been ongoing negotiations over an agreement with use of the mosque, and we all understand that's separate from the rezoning case. He could respond if you have a question after the hearing is closed about the status of that agreement, but my understanding is it really just relates to some of the classroom space outside of the mosque. And finally, just on the preservation issue, there is a separate condition, not only capping the height at the current zoning with the 4 historic buildings, there's a condition that the buildings must be preserved, which is the model condition that we've been using on similar cases where there is a historic structure, as well as the vibration study, which is something that's come up as a concept recently and has been used in these sorts of situations where we want to make sure that development doesn't impact a building.
So I do have a question related to the mosque. Where are you in terms of conversations with the community? I believe you had been meeting with the attorney.
That's right.
Nigel Edwards, do I have his name correct?
Well, Sammy, and you can speak. Is Nigel and the attorney have been working directly with the university. Again, Dan Blue has been on the forefront of that, so I haven't been in the middle of those conversations, but I'm aware kind of the status. There had been some back and forth on the agreement, and comments were relayed by Shaw on June 8th, so a Thursday, 2 Thursdays ago. Okay, well, I'm providing what I saw the email that sent the draft revisions, and then I also saw an email Saturday night at 9 p.m. where we got back comments. 3 of those comments were related to a provision about the rezoning, and Shaw responded. On Sunday, they met and turned around immediately and agreed to remove one of the 2 concerns. The third concern related to the use of classroom space. And that's where Shaw has asked for some additional information about how many classrooms, what times, because the agreement is structured on square footage, and it's based on this MOS space. So if there's more square footage, they need to understand where that is, and they have students using that building. It is a classroom building, so they just want to make sure that that doesn't interfere with university operations. So my understanding, and again, Dan Blue can give maybe more detail because the other two folks I don't think are here who have been in this communication, that it's this classroom space, getting greater certainty about that. But if the mosque, my understanding, is not an issue at this time. Use of the...
Excuse me, please. Councilmember Patton.
Can we hear from Dan Blue, please?
I'm happy, Dan Blue, representing Shaw University. I'm happy to answer the questions that I can. But to some extent, both sides right now are accurate in that we were pulled into meetings, me on behalf of Shaw, dealing with the leadership of MKK with their attorney to determine access to the mosque. It sounds like there are greater community issues and involvement engagement that I haven't been responsible for or around. I've solely been focused on hammering out a memorandum of understanding with the agreement of MKK, which is the group that's in support of the mosque, to determine how we were going to get them back on campus. As you recall, on May 1st, I sent them a copy of our revisions to that MOU. On May 2nd, we had a meeting here, and we talked about the fact that they didn't have enough time. They responded back to us on May 22nd. We reviewed those and responded back to them on June 8th. They responded back to us in part on Saturday evening, listing 3 deal breakers that they cited, and we knew about those because they had mentioned them to the press. 2 of them were regarding the term. The last was regarding the use of additional space. We made modifications, turned it back around the next day on Sunday. We're still waiting for their substantive feedback from the June 8th revision to the MOU. But those conversations have been going on. Again, that's only with respect to the MOU, not respect to the general engagement that they seem to be asking for.
Okay, could you be more specific about what those revisions contained?
Sure, I can. The last set of revisions that they took issue with, in particular, were items regarding linking this to either a rezoning application or to litigation. If you recall, one of the things that I said is that there's a fundamental difference of opinion on what happened many, many years ago and how that was supposed to work out. The best way for us to resolve that is to provide information and probably to go to a court in order to do that. Now, we, in response to the council's inquiries, thought that it would be a good idea to make sure we coupled the term with this rezoning piece. They pushed back, we agreed. That's probably not the best thing to do. So we took that out and did not make it conditional on anything. It's now a 2-year term that we're looking at to give everyone ample time to figure out the usage and everything else involved. It's irrevocable, and it's not contingent on any of this. The third piece, as Max said, was with regard to the space outside of the mosque. That space includes academic rooms and classrooms, offices, perhaps even the rest of the facility. And our pushback was, we asked you to complete a schedule to let us know what you were using, when you were using it, and how you were using it. There is no question about access to the mosque. At this point, we believe the only outstanding issue is around the space outside of the mosque, and we're willing to talk about that. They haven't given us the rest of the feedback. Again, we're going off of those 3 bullets from the last email that we got.
Can we get someone from the mosque, who's the representative?
I don't think either of the attorneys we've been working with are here.
The attorneys aren't here?
No. No. They are not here. They could have sent us an email. They did not. Right now? Recently?
No, they sent it last week.
Well, that's not addressing what was, no. No, sorry. Dan, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Excuse me, Nigel
No,
did
please.
send me an email this afternoon at 12. Is it okay that I read it?
Sent you an email.
Since he sent me. Yeah, it was just to me. All right. It's a long email. All right, here we go. I hope you're doing well. Yesterday evening, I flew back to the U.S. for my trip to Ireland. Since we drove to D.C. and flew out of Dulles, I'm unable to get on the road and head back home. Consequently, I won't make it back in time for this afternoon's session. Nevertheless, I wanted to give you an update on things. We made our revisions to the rough draft of the Memorandum of Understanding that Dan Blue III sent us the day before the last public hearing and sent them to him for his review. Weeks went by. My emails to him inquiring of the status went unanswered. Finally, our attorney reached out to him and was able to get a response. On June 8th, Dan finally responded to our revisions to the MOU. We were very upset as they included a provision saying, notwithstanding anything contained herein to the contrary, the term of the MOU may be terminated by the university at any time during the term within 60 days notice to MKK if its current rezoning application is denied or delayed beyond August 31st, 2023 by the Raleigh City Council. In other words, they're trying to they're tying the approval to the rezoning application to the MOU. This is very hypocritical as they've maintained since April that the reopening of the mosque and rezoning were two separate issues. But how could they say that with a straight face considering the aforementioned provisions? His revisions also include the elimination of our Sunday school, a cornerstone of the mosque's programming. The whole point of the MOU was to get us back in the mosque and exist there as we did before the pandemic. These most recent revisions do not accomplish that at all. They also further call into question the overall credibility of Shaw's administration. Our attorney made it clear to him that these provisions are non-starters. 2 days ago, Dan sent another draft of the MOU. He took out the provision tying the approval of the rezoning to the MOU, but there was still no inclusion of the Sunday school. At this point, it's way too late for us to have a decision prior to the public hearing. As long as our issues are unresolved, we can't support their rezoning application. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you taking time to hear from our community.
Thank you.
I'm sorry?
Do you have any? Excuse me. Do you have any response to that email? Anything
Only
to
that
update
with the
us
exception of the dates, which I've mentioned. None of that's different from what I just explained.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, Mr. Blue, don't go too far. Sorry, got some more for you. Yeah, I've also been copied in some emails that differ a little bit from the communication timeline you've shared. Another thing is that something with, sorry, the microphone's feedback, forgive me. There was an ask that there be consideration made for what would happen in the event of redevelopment and like perhaps a marker that dedicates the historic significance of the site. And it was determined that that wouldn't be appropriate for the rezoning, but it was my understanding it would be, the ask would be to put that into the MOU, and I haven't heard any mention of that. Have you?
I'm sorry, the only mention I've had of that, I think Mac and I spoke about it over the weekend, so that's new to me, so it was never a part of the MOU conversation. I will say that Shaw has an illustrative history, a lot of fantastic events that have occurred there, but generally speaking, the only markers on campus have come from outside organizations, the most recently of which, for example, marks the historic march of General Lafayette during the Revolutionary War. That's something that was designed and proposed by an outside group that Shaw agreed to host and place there. I'm sure Shaw would be amenable to something like that, but it's not something that Shaw itself does. There's a long line of entities such as SNCC and other groups related to Shaw who've had historical accomplishments on campus. We'd also look at them.
Any additional questions?
So I know we've been talking about the mosque and the access. I just have one question. Maybe you can answer this for me. Are the holdups now about office space and classroom space? Yeah, if you could come.
Based on your request and what you have notified us in April, that it's two separate issues. If Shaw has the best interests of the Muslim community and all the other vested communities, the mosque should have been open since April. We've had our religious month, we've had our Eid celebration, where only the imam and Shaw University students were allowed. There is no sense of community. And they're, based on the MOU, they don't want us in. They're putting fees that were never incurred in the past for us to gain access to the building. They're putting all of these contingencies in place that were never put in place before. And they're ignoring the sole fact as to why the building was even erected. So we can have these conversations on and on, but there's a complete disregard to why the building exists and who it's supposed to serve.
Okay. So to me, it sounds like it's a bigger issue. It's a bigger and holistic issue that I think will have to be worked out regardless of this. That's how I look at that as far as what's going on. If the case is denied, there's an issue. If the case is approved, there's an issue. That's where I see, as far as the mosque and the relationship with the university, that I think you all have to figure some way to work it out. Dottie, from city attorney, how far can we go, like, as far as the mosque relationship with use of a building on their campus?
Those are separate issues. You're making a land use decision based on land use considerations. I believe you've already, not only from me, but from the prior city attorney, gotten an explanation that a religious use is not a lawful term that can be enforced in a zoning condition. So those are two separate issues. The relationship between the mosque and the Shaw University need to be handled outside the rezoning process.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I am going to close the hearing. We've been discussing this. She didn't sign up. We have been discussing this now for several months and encouraged both sides to come together to address the other issue. And we thank you for your patience, everybody, and understand, too, that this has brought about a lot of emotion. What I would encourage, no matter what happens at this vote, is that Shaw continue to work with the Muslim community to ensure access to the mosque, and then try and work out the other details. And I see Dr. Dillard shaking her head yes in agreement. So thank you. And so I would ask, I'm bringing this back to the table. Councilmember Branch?
Yeah, this has been a very challenging case from so many angles and so many points. I have worked to try to listen to everyone's point of view, to look at all forms of communication that everyone has had. I've had from text messages to Twitter messages to Instagram messages, emails, in the grocery store, wherever, about this case. So I don't come at this lightly, because I think this is a very emotional case for so many people on so many levels. With that said, I have come to my conclusion on where I would like to move this. And I'm going to make a motion to approve. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated June 20th, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda items under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement. So move.
Do we have a second? I will second it. Okay? All in favor? Please raise your hands. Wait a minute. What? We have.
I've just got to say a couple things. So I want to thank everyone that's here. This has been the absolute hardest case that has come to us. I care about what you all bring to the table. You have affected what this case looks like. You have affected me. There are many different points of view on this one. And for me, you know, I'm coming from the education background. I care so much about the next generation of our young people, of our students, of this historically black college that has had such a lineage in a city that I have come to call my own. I don't have the long history here to bring to the table in this conversation. I've had to do a lot of my own searching to understand the issues. I do want to read just a few things that I've wrote this morning when I woke up at 5 in the morning, very, still thinking about this case. We have, again, received a lot of input on this from so many sides. And this is one particular person, Ms. Frances Lynette Williams. She was the Central CAC chair when the Prince Hall Historic Overlay District was established. She's also the president of the South Park East Raleigh Neighborhood Association. One of the reasons that I ran for office was because I wanted the community to be heard. She represents, some of our neighbors in this particular case. And so she gives her own history and understanding of the Prince Hall District. There were, attempts made to encourage the designation of this district, for example, since the 1980s. But what she says is that property owners did not want to be included in the designated area, and they were told that they could ask to be removed from the overlay. This is quote. However, it was never explained that it would be a contentious process as it became each time a property owner sought to be removed. At this time, when the district was established, I served as the chair of the Central CAC as they discussed and voted on the establishment of the historic overlay. The vote was about 40-1 in opposition to the district. Shaw University consistently opposed being included in the overlay, considering its desire to utilize its resources to support future long-range plans. I only read this letter to share just one other opinion that happens to be out there. We have received hundreds. There is I don't see this as a win-win-win. I want all the communities to be part of this, and I guess what I'm gonna say here is that I am putting my hope in that Shaw will continue to work across the community to finish this MOU. I have read the MOU. I have seen the changes that have been suggested and recommended by Mr. Nigel Hedwards, and I think they're fair. And my hope is that y'all will continue with them and finish this, get the community to have this opportunity to be in this space. But as we have heard from the city attorney, this is not part of the rezoning request. So with that, I am going to vote along with the motion from Councilmember Branch.
All right, I'm going to retake the vote then. All in favor, please raise your hands. Aye. Those opposed? Okay, that was a 5-3 in favor. Thank you. We're going to take a break right now. Thank you. If everybody could find their way to their seats, please. Okay, thank you, everyone. Our city attorney wanted to say something related to the vote.
Just to clarify, Mayor, because I was watching the vote as it was occurring, there was an initial discussion, the vote began, and then before the vote could conclude, there was further commentary and discussion. The vote then concluded. The ayes were cited, the nays were cited with a final vote of 5-3. And I simply thought it would be helpful to make certain that was clear in the record.
Okay, thank you. Now, next we have rezoning Z9322 Wilmington Street, South Wilmington Street assemblage.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Sarah Shaughnessy, Raleigh Planning and Development. This is a request to rezone about 9 acres on Wilmington Street. You last discussed this on June 6th, and since that time, the applicant has submitted revised conditions. So changes since June 6th, conditions 1 through 5 are conditions that you've seen and discussed before. The one revision is to condition number 6 that includes additional specificity around the green stormwater infrastructure installations. The condition now clarifies that devices must be sized to treat a minimum of 15% of the water quality volume for the overall site, and also allow that to be developed in phases. And then condition number 7 is new, and that requires the dedication of at least 10 units as affordable for households earning 60% AMI for 10 years, at least 10 years. I'm happy to answer any questions. Those are the changes to the presentation or the condition, the rezoning case.
Okay, Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, last time we saw this, there, and we've received some resident comment, there's a little bit of like confusion about how the TOD might play into this, and specifically the affordability aspects of the TOD. So as I understand it, this condition applies no matter what height they choose. If the rezoning is approved, they can build to 10 stories. The TOD would allow them to go to 30, with the difference there having some amount of affordability.
So this condition applies whether or not they choose to use the TOD affordability bonus. If the rezoning is approved, they could go to 20 stories. And then if they wanted to build higher than that, they could go up to 30 stories, but would have to dedicate a portion of their unit, 20% of their total units as affordable.
Okay, and do we have a number on?
Sure. So they have a zoning condition limiting total residential dwelling units to 1,000 total. So if they decided to increase their height, they would still only be able to build 1,000 units, but 20% of those, so 200 of those would be affordable.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Any other questions? We had the public hearing last time. Speakers, I'm going to close the hearing now. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'm going to motion to approve. I've just got to find the language. Yeah, and I just want to say, too, thank you to the applicants on this one. We've had some good conversations, and I really appreciate y'all, what you've brought in terms of the green stormwater infrastructure and the affordable housing piece. That is something that really makes me feel excited about this case, and then also being part of the BRT corridor. I think you all are going to really have a great project here. So again, thank you for just being willing to kind of bring some additional public benefits to the fore. So with that, I do move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated June 20th, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. Next, we have rezoning Z223 northeast of the intersection of Litchford Road and Old Wake Forest Road. No one has signed up in opposition.
Good afternoon, Alicia Thomas, Planning and Development. The request is for Z223, which is for 6850 Litchford Road. The request is to rezone 9.26 acres from residential 6 and industrial mixed use 3 to residential mixed use 5. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It is inconsistent with the future land use map. Planning Commission recommends approval with a vote of 7-0. Just to orient ourselves with the site, here is a photo showing the location of the site. It is located along Litchford Road, just north of the intersection of Litchford Road and Old Wake Forest Road. It is surrounded by low and moderate scale residential to the north and west, while having regional mixed use and high scale residential to the east and west of the site. The proposed conditions would prohibit various uses on the site. It would cap residential density to 160 dwelling units, require building height not to exceed 4 stories and 68 feet within 100 feet of adjacent properties to the north. And then the last condition is requiring a 20-foot minimum setback from adjacent properties to the north. This table shows the change between existing and proposed zoning. These are estimates that staff use to anticipate the potential maximum zoning entitlement. The number of maximum units would double by going from 80 to 160. The office and retail uses square footages would decrease substantially, going down to 4,000 square feet. Here are a list of policies the request was found to be consistent with. And here are the 2 policies that were identified to be inconsistent. LU 1.2, which is for future land use map and zoning consistency, was identified to be inconsistent as this site is designated as moderate scale residential. And policy LU 5.1 was also identified to be inconsistent as the request of 5 stories was not compatible with the surrounding area. Planning Commission recommends approval with a vote of 7-0. The request would allow for more units by allowing additional housing units as well as expanding the housing types. The request would also bring an underutilized infill parcel into a productive use, and development of the site would facilitate the construction and expansion of Round Rock Drive. If the request was approved, it would amend the future land use map to medium scale residential. Are there any further questions for staff?
Anything? Okay. No one has signed up in opposition. So, Worth, you have 8 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. Worth Mills here on behalf of the rezoning applicant KDM Development Corp. This is a request to turn an underutilized infill property with disjointed zoning today into a developable property that can serve as an adequate land use transition from an industrial park to the north to the single-family residential homes across Litchford Road. So not only is this site sandwiched between Litchford Road and the railroad line, it is also sandwiched between existing multifamily projects with the Arbor Apartments to the north and the Legacy North Point Apartments to the south. Millbrook Exchange Community Center and Millbrook High School are to the southwest of this property. The property's topography changes substantially as you move from Litchford Road towards the railroad line. The highest point of the property is in that southwestern corner. It's about 318 feet above sea level. And as you move east into the interior of the site, you get into average height or sea level heights of 270. So you've got a significant grade change from Litchford Road into the interior of the site. And so any development within this property is going to appear to be, in that 2 to 3 story range when you're viewing it from Litchford Road. Also included the Blue Line stream here. You can see there is a stream, although it's a little bit incorrectly shown. It sort of drops down like this as well, but that feeds into Perry Creek to the north. And although there is a stream and although there is some flood-prone soil near that stream, this property is not within the Perry Creek floodway nor the floodplain. And lastly, this is a Google Street photo of that southwestern corner, the highest point of the property. You can sort of see that moving truck or that loading truck, how it's angled down the slope of that property as you move to the east. So it's pretty rare to have a property with 2 zoning districts that are as contrasting as this one. To the east, zoned IX3, to the west, zoned R6. The current zoning has not spurred development of this property to date, and if you were to develop it under current zoning, you're going to result in some incompatible uses very close to one another. So a rezoning to RX5 creates, as I mentioned, a smoother land use transition from the industrial park and the railroad line over to Litchford Road and the single-family homes. The future land use map also has a split zoning like the current zoning. Again, although staff has deemed us inconsistent with the future land use map, we do think that an RX5 zoning district is appropriate here given the grade change and the future redevelopment that's planned to our east. Here you can see the 20-foot minimum building setback, which is the current minimum building setback in the existing R4 district, and you can see the height limitation in the exhibit on the bottom. This is a concept plan, a proposed layout of this site. Development would be spread over multiple buildings to accommodate the stream that runs north-south through this property. You can also see the connection of Round Rock Drive. Another thing I'll point out is Litchford Road would be deemed a thoroughfare, so we would be required to dedicate tree conservation 50 feet in width along Litchford Road, so that adds to a natural buffer along with the grade change to the center of the property. Although we are increasing residential entitlements, we are decreasing overall entitlements. I'm trying to get this to drop down, but the resulting traffic between existing and proposed zoning is significantly lessened by an RX5 zoning. So just to summarize, the rezoning creates a gentler land use transition from the railroad and the industrial park to the single unit living across Litchford Road. Development of this property facilitates the connection of Round Rock Drive, and it is compatible with the adjacent multifamily developments to the north and south. That said, I have had conversations with Councilmember Patton. We would wish to defer this case to a meeting after the City Council summer recess, either that August 15th or September 5th date, whichever this council prefers. Happy to answer any questions that you have, and we appreciate your time this afternoon. Thank you.
Is the reason for the deferral to add some conditions?
Yes, ma'am. We've talked with Councilmember Patton about an affordability condition that would allow the developer to elect one of 2 options at site plan submittal, whether it's the inclusion of units or a contribution to the city's affordable housing program.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so do we have a motion to defer this to August 15th?
Yes. Yes. I appreciate the applicant's interest in voluntarily offering those types of conditions and considering them. And with that, I'd move to defer to August 15th.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. And next, we have rezoning Z323 northeast of the intersection of Alexander Town and ACC Boulevards.
Alicia Thomas, Planning and Development. This case is Z323 7771 Alexander Town Boulevard, which is a request to rezone 5.49 acres from industrial mixed-use 3 Parkway frontage with Airport Overlay District and industrial mixed-use 3 conditional use with Airport Overlay District. The request is consistent with the comp plan and the future land use map. It is inconsistent with the urban form map, and Planning Commission recommends approval with a vote of 7-0. The site is located west of 540 and north of ACC Boulevard, right above Briar Creek's commercial area. Here's a photo of the site along the frontage, Alexander Town Boulevard. The request is proposing 4 conditions. Condition number 1 would limit various uses. Number 2 would require a 60-foot building setback along Alexander Town Boulevard. Number 3 would require a maximum building height of 40 feet. And the last condition would require a landscaping area between Alexander Town Boulevard and the parking area, with the exception of stormwater control measures and any easements. Here, this table shows the change in entitlement. The office and retail entitlement would not change significantly. There will be a slight decrease. And this is due to the reconfiguration of how the building could be built on the site by allowing parking to be closer to the street, as well as providing a more moderate or modest planting requirement in comparison to the parkway standards. Here are a list of the policies identified to be consistent. And one policy was identified as inconsistent, and that was LU 10.3, ancillary retail uses. The request, and that's because the requested district permits standalone retail uses that are typically larger, that are larger in size and larger to necessary serve the size of the employees and visitors of the primary use. And lastly, Planning Commission recommended approval with a vote of 7-0. They found the request would continue to not allow residential uses where there may be incompatible with noises from the airport.
Okay, Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, just one question. Can you say that thing about ancillary retail uses again?
Yes, so the permitted district, the IX district, already allows for like standalone retail uses that are pretty much larger in size. And so that would be inconsistent in terms of the size for the number of employees and visitors for that business use. We would recommend like an office mixed use or office park or some sort of addition of conditions that would limit the size of retail uses. Yes, the right is already there to have that, those uses permitted.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Jones?
Thank you guys so much. I did speak with staff. This is the first time I've seen the parkway designation, so I was a little bit just wanted some education, and so they did, and it was a really great job. I wanted to speak to stormwater, so if I could have Wayne come up, please. Hey, Wayne, I know we talked, and I just wanted to confirm from our last conversation, I see that they had a condition in there that did talk about stormwater slightly, and I wanted to make sure that you were comfortable with that meet the needs. Is there anything else that could be done? I know that in my brain I put that with the parkway, but when we were talking, you're like, it's really not that. So I just want to make sure that my brain is wrapping around everything properly.
Yeah, so there have been no new stormwater conditions proposed. The condition that exists really increases the flexibility of the site to put stormwater control measures in that parkway buffer area where the parkway buffer designation would not have allowed that previously. So really the rezoning gives more flexibility in terms of where stormwater controls could be located in the development of the site. And we have seen a concept plan that looks like there's ways to take advantage of that would work. But there are no conditions that constrain the applicant from doing what they have showed us they would propose to do. If that makes sense.
Okay, can I talk to the applicant? Or no, I have to wait till you open this. Which way? I will wait. I will wait. We'll talk later.
Okay, any other questions of staff? Okay. No one has signed up in opposition. I'm going to open the hearing, and speaking on behalf of the applicant is Mark Frederick. Oh, who
Mark.
turned into Jamie.
Magic. Mark actually had to go to another hearing, so I'm going to be covering for tonight.
Okay.
Good evening. I'm Jamie Schwadler with Parker Poe, 301 Fayetteville Street, here on behalf of the applicant tonight. Staff did a great job in presenting the case, and so I'll try to just be rather brief in my remarks and then available for questions. So the site is in that overlay district where the city has already designated that residential uses aren't appropriate. We modeled this case similar to another one where the same change in the removal of parkway frontage was requested in the industrial district. And the reason we did it here is we do have a pending site plan application, and as we tried to move the buildings around and meet all the code requirements for stormwater and tree conservation area and the like, realized that if we did the same thing and remove that parkway frontage, we'd have a little more flexibility, as Wayne mentioned, to make these things work and what we think is ultimately a better outcome for the city, and that's placing some of the replacing some of that buffer with a new condition to replant those trees, but then having the ability to put a little parking closer to the road and some of the TCA closer to the riparian buffer. So this shows the site in the context of the existing zoning today. You can see where that divide is fairly stark, where existing IX zoning exists, and then in a great area that's accommodated by the overlay district adjacent to the residential district. So we're including all of that going forward, but just limiting the, you can see the overlay airport district over there. And how this kind of morphs into this area close to the airport and close to that residential use is really more appropriate to keep that in place, but then add in conditions that we've heard through the community meetings that were important to nearby residents, and also kind of mimic that parkway frontage as best we can. So that resulted in prohibiting uses that would otherwise be allowed. They're allowed today in the IX, but they would be otherwise kind of noxious or noisy for nearby residents, including those as prohibited, including a maximum building height of 40 feet. Currently, today, we could go to 50. So again, we're reducing that for the better transition for the nearby residents. And then pushing the building back from Alexander Town Boulevard in a condition that would require us to be a minimum of 60 feet. Today, it could be 50 feet if that parkway frontage were to be retained. And then, as I said, kind of mimicking that parkway frontage in the planting standard by requiring landscaping between the parking areas and Alexander Town Boulevard, but allowing us to use some of that area for stormwater control measures and easements and some parking. And we do have Lofty Smith here with us who can speak to the specifics of stormwater. I think Wayne did a great job in explaining why you're seeing some of those restrictions in conditions and why some of those, the things that the flexibility that we'll be pursuing will be in that pending ASR that is not going forward until there's a decision in this case. But nevertheless, the Planning Commission unanimously found this consistent with the future land use map, consistent with the comprehensive plan, based on those principles that say this really should stay as industrial use, but we're adding additional conditions to make it more consistent with the overall comprehensive plan. With that, I'm happy to answer questions from Councilmember Jones or have our engineer come up and answer them.
So thank you. Thank you so much for bringing that and helping me understand that a little bit better. I think the concern is that without it being in conditions, it's hard to, like, what happens if you don't? So how do I wrestle with that as I go into this vote from your perspective?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think it's one that is commonly before you as council members making zoning decisions versus site plan decisions that come later in the process and have a lot more technical information at the engineer's fingertips, like all of the grading and all of the area that qualifies as TCA, all of that typically happens after this process. And all the siting of the building and things will be kind of formalized then. But all of that's really been on hold until we could get the approval to remove that parkway frontage similar to that other case. So I think the way you could reconcile it is that we've been talking with Stormwater. We'll obviously continue that discussion with Stormwater and we'll be required to meet all the other UDO requirements. And we think we'll be able to do that in a way, the flexibility is trending in a way that allow us to group more of the TCA closer to that riparian buffer. It does leave, flexibility for that not to be the case, but TCA is very prescriptive and we have to follow the code and we have to meet these primary areas. So while there's some flexibility depending on what qualifies as TCA, there's really, the code is very prescriptive that way. So I think there's a lot of comfort in the code and the fact that the ASR is pending. This isn't a speculative zoning or we're under contract. They own the property. They're moving forward the ASR and just realized, wait, we've got this hiccup here that we can resolve in the same way the other case did, if that helps you.
No, it completely does. And I want to put in perspective, like, the case and we're not changing height. I mean, there's so many things that make me go, oh, no, yes. So I think as I, coming into this 7 months in, I'm wanting to show some flexibility, and I understand it, and I hear you. We're going to follow the UDO, and what I want to see in rezonings as we ask for more, is what are we doing to meet that? But I also see that you're really not asking for more. You're still keeping the same height and all that. So I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate your explanation. Are there any other questions? With that, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well,
I'm so excited. Go for it.
Everybody's tired.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing then.
Okay.
Go, Councilmember Jones.
I am going to move to approve. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated June 20th, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. All right, next we have rezoning Z1123, northeast of the Kent Road and Kaplan Drive intersection. No one has signed up in opposition. We have Sam Weldon and Molly Stewart here for the applicant.
Alicia Thomas, Planning and Development. Z1123 is for 1329 Kent Road, 1327 Kent Road, and a portion of 1508 Stovall Drive. The request is to rezone 4.86 acres from R10 with special residential parking overlay district to residential mixed use 4, parking limited conditional use with the special residential parking overlay district. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan as well as the future land use map. It is inconsistent with the urban form map, and Planning Commission recommends approval. The site is located just west of NC State's campus, while also being south of Western Boulevard and east of I-440. And here are some photos of street views. Just wanted to note that the site has 2 parcels along Kent Road's right-of-way. However, on the east side of the site, there is a parcel that has a Stovall Drive address, but it is not adjacent to the Stovall Drive right-of-way. There are a total of 3 conditions that are being proposed with the request. Condition number 1 would support the applicant's request for affordable housing by limiting rental fees for households earning 60% AMI or less. Condition number 2 would dedicate an easement for an 8-dock bike share station. And condition number 3 would dedicate a cross-access easement for the support of the proposed apartment development. Again, the table shows the existing versus proposed zoning. The maximum number of units would increase by about 60%, going from 85 to 239 units. And the office and retail uses would now be allowed by allowing a maximum of 4,000 square feet. I did want to indicate that commercial uses must be located on the first floor of a corner unit in an apartment building type located at the intersection of 2 public streets. And here are a list of the policies that the request was found to be consistent with. And there was one policy to be identified as inconsistent, and that was UD 1.10, which is for frontage. And that was because the request for parking limited frontage is inconsistent with the urban form designation for the site. And Planning Commission recommends approval with a vote of 7-0. The request would allow for affordable housing and increase the housing choice on this site, as well as the request would support development for the Western BRT corridor by increasing potential ridership.
Okay. Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I just, could you talk a little bit about frontage? So I've been in conversation with the applicant on this topic, and right now, I know that's an inconsistent policy, and it's parking limited is what is there. And my understanding is that it would be urban frontage that is recommended. Is that correct?
That's correct. The urban frontage would pretty much prohibit like parking in between the street and the building. And so the urban frontage is what's recommended by the urban form map.
Yeah, and we've also had some conversations, I know, with Bynum and staff on tree kind of cover in that front area. So as y'all might have seen in the photo, this is a pretty tree-filled area on Kent Road. So I'm just curious if someone from Planning and Development could talk about what would be the expectations for tree planting in the right-of-way with either the parking limited or urban frontage.
Great question. Bynum Walter, Planning and Development. So the trees along Kent do not qualify as primary tree conservation area. They would qualify as secondary tree conservation area, which could be dedicated at the applicant's discretion as such, but not a requirement of the code. And then the tree planting requirement is a 40-foot on center shade tree. And that's tied, actually, I believe, to the street type and not the frontage requirement.
Say that last part again. What's required?
The 40-foot on center.
40 foot.
So 40 feet between shade trees.
Okay. And that's if there is room in the right-of-way to plant them. Is that, or maybe you don't think that'll be an issue?
I did not understand that as conditional in the email I read from my colleague, but I'm happy to review that quickly and see.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if there was a concern because I see how narrow the strip is there.
I understand. You're thinking about how the existing street is configured.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's my only question on that. Another question, I am very excited about this project because of the affordable housing conditions, 60% AMI for 30 years. It's fantastic, all of the units. I am aware that, there are some sizable fees, obviously that come with any development projects. Is there anything that we do to waive fees or reduce fees for explicitly affordable housing projects?
I don't think we can do that legally.
It's not. No, okay. All right, well, thank you. I just figured I'd check,
You wanna say
Pat, you got more?
Well, Councilmember, yeah, so I think Bynum's correct. Neither of us are attorneys, but we don't have any authority to administratively waive the fees. Council could pay the fees, but there's really no other way for us to do that. What we do is we support them very strongly with pre-submittal conferences, and then we kind of walk them through the process so they minimize the architectural engineering costs by not having to go through multiple re-reviews. So we kind of have in-person, call it express reviews with each of the each affordable housing applicant, and that usually saves 2 or 3 months and $30,000-$40,000 of cost.
And when you say council could pay the fees, do you mean that we could set aside monies for these projects?
That's my understanding of the only way to do it, because there's again, our attorney can speak to, there's legal prohibitions on identifying, picking and choosing which cases we choose not to. It has to be based on the level of effort associated with it. So there could be a grant program or something of that nature going forward.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Did you have anything, Corey?
No, I mean, just on that, I think we need the legal experts to weigh in before we have any other conversation.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm going to open the hearing.
Thank you. Molly Stewart, Morningstar Law Group. I do have with me today Sam Weldon from Blue Ridge Atlantic Development, the applicant in this case as well. I bring this up, you saw a version of this, so I will actually move fairly quickly since you've seen how the actual parcel relates to the tax parcels today, which are a little bit different. As you saw, this is part of the frequent transit area, so providing excellent access to services and jobs. One thing I did want to point out, I'm not going to walk through this math that's on your screen, but you did see in the staff report a comparison of how many residential units are possible on the site, and you saw a drastic increase. For an affordable project, that's actually not the case. So when you meet the requirements for affordability, you actually can put more units on the site. And so, and that's true under the zoning today. And so this request is not about density. It's not about the number of units, only looking to put about 150 on here, which could happen today under the zoning. So not about that. This is about increasing the height by 1 additional story in order to have flexibility on the site. There are just several things that we need to accommodate on the site, and we need that additional flexibility. So it's a height request. As you see here, we are next to existing RX3 zoning, which if affordable units were provided there, those could go to a 5-story today. So that is a height bonus that's already permitted here in the frequent transit area. So like I said, 5-story today, we are looking for 4 stories, and there's no height bonus available when you ask for 4 stories. So that only applies in the RX3. So I just want to highlight, looking at this map, I mentioned we were looking for flexibility on that. The layout on the site, there are a few challenges here. One is that cross-access that we're providing to the north. That's taking up some room. Our tree conservation, we know that we'll have primary tree conservation on the eastern end of the site. So that will happen. We've got a neighborhood transition to the R10 to the south. We have to surface park this. This is affordable, so we need to provide that surface parking. And that gets us back to that parking limited frontage that we were talking about. So the parking limited frontage designed for flexibility. So in theory, we could actually meet the urban standards within a parking limited. It's more permissive. However, it allows us to look into the question of preserving additional trees in that location as well. Because of how tight this site is, it's not something we're able to commit to today, but the parking limited frontage at least permits us to dig into that. And with that, we're simply available for questions. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I do again want to just echo some of the support that I've heard for this project in the neighborhoods around here. The West Raleigh CAC had a presentation from the applicant team and voted unanimously in support of this project. And I've also heard from neighbors that are directly west of it who are in a lower density area where these heights could be of concern, but they are in support of it because I think they see the public good of the affordable housing. The one concern that has been raised to me again is around this frontage and making sure that we have some kind of greenery focus and at least not just a parking lot right there because of the heat island effect. It becomes much less pleasant, and there's a lot of people that do actually walk and ride their bikes around here, and it's close to Western for the BRT. So I would like to hold this so that we can get that frontage piece right and bring it back by July 5th, if you're amenable to that.
Is there a particular request?
Certainly, I think urban would make more sense than having the parking lots in front, but ultimately, I'm looking for some commitment to the trees somewhere being in the front there. So that's where I'm just looking for that certainty.
So the urban frontages would pull the building closer to the street. Right now, we're able, the parking limited allows that flexibility to push the building back if needed. It does not require parking in front of the buildings. We are able to completely move the parking behind and to the side of the buildings at that location under both. So it allows the flexibility, but as I mentioned, this is a very tight site already for what is needed. So without going to a much deeper level of design, we're not going to be able to commit to those trees in that location right now. But the PL is there to permit it, and certainly it's a goal.
I could be amenable to the parking frontage. I'd still like to hold it until July 5th to try to get that tree piece figured out.
I would just be looking for direction on what we're looking to bring back.
So it would be like some kind of buffer, basically keep the trees, some number of feet from the side of the road. I don't know exactly what that buffer would be, but some way to keep that green or to replant, to have some kind of replanting plan.
Hey, Jane. Yeah, that's fine. We're a couple things. As you and I have talked, we're looking to keep those trees there. It's hard to commit to that right now, sitting right here. I think we've proposed you being a part of the SPR process, which we're going to have to get super technical in. I think we'd be willing to commit to a small buffer right now. I've been waiting here for this case for 7 hours today. We have to maintain a timeline to submit to the agency. So holding this would be, could be potentially be problematic to bring affordable housing units to the city of Raleigh. So.
In our conversations before, it was not a concern to wait till July 5th. So this is the first I'm being made aware that that would be a problem.
Yeah, our final application will be to NCHFA about a week after that.
Okay.
And then we also have an application to the city of Raleigh that's going in before that as well. So there's a lot of moving parts to this. So it would be great if we could figure this out right now. So.
I'll also note, another reason that we went with that parking limited is we're sort of being pulled in a couple of directions here. Adopted policy for this area does encourage the urban frontage, pulling that building up instead of trees. And so, it allows for it, but as you heard, the goal is to see what trees can fit there. So we think that the parking limited will allow us to fulfill that as best as possible and still get the project done.
And what is the date that you have to do this application for the city of Raleigh?
Quite frankly, I want to submit it tomorrow. But yeah, we have several projects that we've partnered with the city on, Wake County, and NCHFA. So I mean, we'd be willing to.
The city date doesn't concern me as much as the state.
Yeah, so those dates are hard, and I can't move those.
What
so
is that date again?
The state.
Yeah, but what is the date?
The date that so we've already submitted our preliminary application, and then we're supposed to submit our next application, really July 1st was the following Monday of that. It was before July 4th.
Okay. Well,
So,
this is the first time that I'm being made aware of that, so
Yeah.
I would have appreciated a little bit of upfront understanding
Sure.
of that.
I
don't
apologize,
want
I wasn't.
this case to, you know, to flounder.
Yeah, sure, yeah, we
No.
don't either. So.
Um,
I know it's easy for me to say this right now, but we as an owner operator want to keep, we're in the same aligned thought here. You know, when you get into removing sidewalks, if the city's going to make us remove sidewalks, I don't know. That gets a little hairy with moving trees, but I think right now there is the ability to keep that thin layer of buffer of the existing trees, which we've talked about.
Okay.
So.
What do you want to do?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, I'm going to close the hearing then. Can I just say something before you begin? Just remember what happened today and what's about to happen. We'll be watching closely as to what the outcome is. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Okay, so I do move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated June 20th, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Who seconded that? Councilmember Fort, all in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. I know there was a lot that happened today, so thank you. All right, now we have the report recommendation of the Economic Development Innovation Committee.
No report. We have 2 items pending. We will meet next Tuesday at 1:30 in council chambers, and we will be discussing the text change TC 123 stormwater management regulations.
Growth and Natural Resources.
Yes, we have decided to move the date to August, so we will not have a meeting in June, just to give staff more time to look at the green growth toolbox and make sure that they have a full presentation for us. So no meeting next Tuesday.
Okay, Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Community Committee. We have no pending items and no meeting. Transit?
No meeting. I would like to ask, once we get that transit report back, to come before us so we can have a meeting in August.
Okay, thank you. All right, next is a report from Mayor and City Council. I want to just clarify something. When I was talking about council contingency funding, I want to keep our policy in place. So if you have an item that you would like to nominate for funding, we will actually vote on it July 5th, and it'll be retroactive to the funding. What I don't want to have happen is we need to do due diligence, and I think that was evidenced by today. So if you bring something up, it will come back to us for a vote on July 5th.
I just want to clarify what contingency is for, because what I don't want to do is go outside of the realm of what it is intended for. The way in my brain, which could be completely wrong, is that it's kind of to show our values and our own personal priorities. But if I'm wrong in that, please help me understand a better way.
That is correct. It is for items that pop up throughout the year that council feel very passionate about being able to support outside of the budget process.
Are there any other rules on it other than that?
None other than to stay in consistent alignment with the rest of all of our funding which are taxpayer dollars out of the city of Raleigh is that the entities are located in Raleigh or that the money be spent on residents in the corporate boundaries of the city of Raleigh.
And then last question on this part, if it rolls into the general fund, how does that get spent? How does that leftover money from the previous fiscal year get spent by either staff or, I don't know how that process works?
So as I've mentioned to you, in the fall, we will come back with some capital reserve funding recommendations. Once we close the books on June 30th, we won't technically close them till the end of September, early October, and then we'll come to you after then, late October, early November, with funding recommendations from that money that goes into fund balance or capital reserve.
Okay.
So it doesn't go away, it goes into a savings account, so to say, and then we will offer funding recommendations to you for some projects that were not included in the budget or some things that took some additional work on. And we also leave a little bit of that money to start off as a springboard for the upcoming budget process.
Is there a possibility if there's 45,000, let's just say we don't have anything to do, is it possible for us to be able to request things in that, or is it only staff allocated?
No, it's totally up to you guys. We will bring forward some recommendations, and then you will have the leeway to also bring forward some options and alternatives, and then 5 votes, and we make it work. As an example that popped up today, maybe the funding for the survey or a portion thereof would come out of that money.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Melton, we'll start with you.
I don't have a report. I just wanted to add on the council contingency. It's obviously at the will of the council majority. I would be interested in, if we don't have any pressing or emergent funding issues, to let it roll into the reserves and allow the city manager to bring us her ideas for ways to fund it. I know one thing that we know will be coming to us in the fall will be the education pay for public safety, and how many months that will apply to. I certainly have an interest in making sure that they are fully compensated for this fiscal year, so that may be an opportunity there. I would also caution that we do have a grant application process that happens during our budget. We are intentionally kept away from that process until the final recommendations are made and they are included in the budget, and I think that's by design so that we can't sort of, I guess, pick nonprofits that we particularly have an interest in. I do know that some of that comes up at the council table outside. Maybe the grant application is closed, or maybe a group we didn't know about or they didn't know about it. But the money doesn't go away if we don't use it. And so I would really like perhaps to let Marshall bring us those requests if there's any left. And then obviously we can lateral at the table at that time if we want to change it. But I just wanted to weigh in on that. I know this was a heavy meeting. And we got a long closed session, but I just want to tell everybody it's an honor to serve with you. And thank you for all of your perspectives.
Thank you. Councilmember Patton.
Yes, I'll use all of Councilmember Melton's time. I have more items than I should. I apologize. First of all, I want to highlight a public meeting for my constituents, the US 1 Capitol Boulevard road improvements, U5307. Tomorrow, there will be a public meeting from 4 to 6:30 and a public hearing from 7 to 8 at Living Word Family Church, which is located in Wake Forest. So I just encourage all District B residents to chime in. Any other residents who also use Capitol Boulevard are welcome to be there as well. So that was my first one. I also have recently spoken with the new leadership at Raleigh Housing Authority, and I was hopeful that we could maybe get them to present at a work session or something. If we can ask the manager to partner with them. And then third, I want, in my ongoing effort to lift up things that happen in consent for the good of District B residents or nearby residents, there are parking improvements for the adjacent neighbors to West Millbrook Middle School that were approved via the consent agenda today, and so I just wanted them to know that that happened. And then my last one is a bit longer, so bear with me, y'all. I wanted to bring this one to y'all as the liaison to the Parks, Recreation, and Greenways Advisory Board. On June 14th, they sent us a letter, their chair sent us a letter expressing the board's disapproval of our decision on a particular reimbursement agreement that would install a bridge and provide greenway connection over Crabtree Creek. I'll spare all the details for the sake of time, but there are two major concerns where whether or not the Parks Board should have been consulted during the process, and ultimately providing a recommendation to council prior to our decision, and whether this particular project met the intended criterion for that pot of money from which it pulled. So first, I want to thank the Parks Board, not only for their larger service to the city, but taking their stewardship of the Parks Bond and associated projects so seriously. Your participation makes us a better city, even in moments of friction and feedback. So thank you for that. I also want to thank our parks staff for engaging meaningfully in conversation with those members, both at and away from the table. I really appreciate y'all's commitment to continuous improvement and to honoring our resident feedback. A couple of areas of opportunity that have come out of that discussion that I just wanted to highlight, and which I know our parks and planning staff are ready to undertake. A few of them are exploring modifications to the public-private partnership guidelines. I know that these guidelines exist, and they're written in a way. I know this particular project had larger mobility and transportation implications, and so it was evaluated against those criteria and found to be in keeping with them. But as we continue to move forward with public-private partnerships that might employ parks money, I'd just like to make sure that we have our guidelines in there use some explicit parks language. I'd also love for both of those groups to explore opportunities within the rezoning process to flag opportunities where applicants can voluntarily present to the Parks Board when their case is bringing parks or greenway-related conditions. I'd offer continued conversation between staff and the board on how equity appears in that neighborhood and community connections program. I think there's a view that providing connections to vulnerable communities is one way that equity shows up. And also that connecting folks to job centers via the Greenway can also be an act of equity. So I think really further conversation on how that equity plays out, it would be really fruitful. And then lastly, I really would encourage the chairs of the Planning Commission and the Parks Board to forge strong relationships. Both of those boards are really, all our board and commission members are volunteers, and those are both of these require significant time demands. So I don't know that a formal liaison designation is maybe appropriate at this time, but I think having strong relationships between those two chairs will foster better outcomes as we continue. So, and welcome, happy to open it up to the table for any further comments on that.
We had a meeting of it was called Raleigh Unleashed, and we brought together all of our Parks Board members, all of our board members for discussion, big ideas and whatnot. This was before COVID, but one of the things they said is they wanted to have regular meetings among some of the leaders so they could get together. So what I would ask is for staff to kind of look at doing that. I think that having all these different groups not work in a vacuum, but having those conversations would be beneficial. And like I said, it fell by the wayside during COVID, but it might be an idea we want to rejuvenate. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Black.
Few things today. First, I want to start by saying Happy Father's Day to all the people that are fathers. Happy Father's Day, Corey. As those of you who may or may not know, I lost my father to depression about 21 years ago, which brings me to another point that it is Men's Mental Health Month. So make sure you're checking in on yourself, men, taking care of yourself, holding space for yourself to heal, as we are all in trying times. Yesterday was Juneteenth, so I just want to send everybody happy Juneteenth. For those of you who don't know, Juneteenth is a celebration of the end of chattel slavery and the freedom of enslaved African Americans in June 19th. 1865 in Galveston, Texas, more than 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was signed. That was when they were finally informed that they had their freedom. So we celebrate this day. Descendants of enslaved Africans in America celebrate that day as our day of freedom and liberation and joy. So I hope everybody had a really great Father's Day, a really good Juneteenth, and was able to participate in the festivities. I was not able to make it to the Juneteenth festivities that the city had because I was in Philly with my mom, who, as I mentioned, graduated with her PhD from Drexel in education. So I got to see her get hooded, and that was really awesome. And I want to send a special shout out to all of the graduating classes of 2023 from up and down, from college all the way down to where elementary school, perhaps. I actually had the pleasure of being the keynote speaker at Explorers Middle School. If you guys don't know, I went to Explorers in middle school, so they invited me to come speak. So that was really awesome. And those are my fun things. I had 2 organizations that I wanted to talk about council contingencies for, and I guess I can just address both of those things at the same time. The first one is an organization named Arise. So their mission statement is to equip women with the tools and support they need to heal, grow, and thrive both in prison and in communities to which they return. Some of their services that they have are around transitional education, re-entry support, community engagement, and other areas that work with ending prison recidivism. The council contingencies are specifically for their pilot program in general minimum income, which would help with people who are formerly incarcerated being able to have supplementary income towards things that they may need to keep them out of continuing the process of going to jail. Durham has a program that's similar, and there's a few other things that are happening in other cities. And I was actually approached at the middle school graduation that I spoke at by the lady about it, and I thought it was a really great program. I know that they have a willingness and an interest in doing more with the city over time. And I think this would be a really great way to just show some support and giving them a little bit of pilot funding as they possibly come back and do the grant process later on in the year. I told them about the grant process that we had. But I would love for you guys to check them out. They're Arise. The next organization that I had an interest in motioning council contingency funds for is Fruit of Labor World Cultural Center. So they provide community members, youth, women, students, workers, immigrants, elders, an enlightening, comfortable, and fun cultural and social justice educational experience using music, art, food, exercise, film, dance, and empowering culture and fellowship. They are a space that is in District A, right on the edge of District A, but a really great space. They do a lot of really great things with workers and justice and just providing space for collaboration and synergy for the future. So those are my 2, and that is all I have. I've never motioned for council contingencies, and I don't really know how it works, and now we're in this weird... I wanted to do 5,000 for each one, but that's all I have to say, and those are my motions, I guess.
Second.
No, it just comes back to us on the 5th.
Okay. I second bringing it back on the 5th.
Okay. What was the second organization you mentioned?
Fruit of Labor World Cultural Center. I can send more information about both.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
So I'm going to start in reverse order of where I was originally going to go. I'm going to start with the council contingency. I have 2 groups. One is Amari Institute, whose mission is to provide families from cradle to career with necessary tools to be successful. They do a lot of work within District C in Southeast Raleigh, and I'm making a request of $3,000 for them. And the other one is Advanced Community Health, which does an annual event with the community to talk about health disparities, bringing the people out and things of that nature. Normally they do it, it's around $10,000, but I'm gonna make a request for $2,000, which is just under 25% of what they would have budgeted for that. So I'm going to make a request for them for $2,000, and I'll get all of this to the staff by noon tomorrow, because it's going to be late when we get out here today. The other thing I wanted to mention is, and I actually had a conversation with Councilman Woman Jones earlier. I received a phone call concerning unhoused sleeping on private property. And some of the challenges that a local church is actually having. And out of the conversation, they're looking for resources on what the property owners can do to assist these people. They've done some feeding and sometimes supplied services, but that's just short term. And they're trying to figure out long term. Also in the conversation, based on their conversations with individuals, some individuals want help. From rehab standpoint. And the only two places I know about directly is South Light and Healing Transitions. If there are others, if we could just get a list or something provided to us that we can share, and if we can share that out as well as the providers, I think that would be extremely helpful for our community. The next thing I have is, it was mentioned BRT, Bus Rapid Transit, a lot today. I will say that at our last meeting, we approved 2 groups to look at the corridors for the southern and western leg. I just ask that information is provided to the public so people know how and when to be engaged in looking at these corridors and looking at the stationaries and how they're stopped. And also, if we can just make sure that our city website and the Wake County Transit Plan websites are current with the information of where we are and what's going on, I think that would be extremely helpful. The other 2 items already mentioned, one was related to overlays, the work session, so thank you for that. And the other one was related to traffic calming going to the Transit Committee. With that, I am done. Oh, and I will ask now for an excuse absent for July 5th. I have a family engagement that I need to take care of.
Thank you. Councilmember Jones?
Yes, thank you so much. I have a few things. One, next week, June 28th, I'll be hosting my 8th community meeting at Stage Door Dance Productions from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. So please come out and have some conversation. The next thing, referencing what Councilor Branch just mentioned, one of our public commenters came and he said, come with me as I feed and try and bring supplies to those who are unhoused. And so I did. And we went to that exact library that was in public comments this afternoon, right off New Bern Avenue, and to speak to residents of the unhoused community. And they say to my face, I need rehab. I need rehab. And it was so powerful and impactful to me. And so Councilor Branch and I did discuss, we only had a few, like he mentioned, just like 2 things that came off the top of my head. So really understanding what resources we do have so that I can help provide that and connect those would be really powerful. So thank you for mentioning that. And then lastly, I just wanted to mention for the nonprofit, for me, there is an organization, and I just emailed it just a few hours ago to the rest of council, but I will forward it on to staff as well. And this one is for Yeshua's Way. They are a nonprofit organization dedicated to providing short-term and long-term housing to the unhoused in Raleigh. There's a whole explanation that I guess we'll go through the next time, but I just want to say, this is something that we're all trying to do, so I want to uplift those. We can't do it alone. The city can't do it. We need these partners, and we have a lot of people in our community who want to help and who are doing the work. And so where I can't be there every day, I can't be with Ramil to pass out supplies, I can't be with Shay to do all of this. I want to be able to do what we can as a city, and that's provide some funding, even as minuscule as we can, to help them do the work. So for that, I think the request is $5,000. But that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Fort?
Yes, I want to congratulate the Friends of Oberlin. They had their Oberlin Village Heritage Walk this weekend, and they actually moved it from Dick's because it was a conflict with Juneteenth, I think, and they moved it out to the Wake Med Soccer Park, where I had a chance to go out there for that, and it was a successful event. Congratulations to the city staff on our Juneteenth event on Saturday. I had an opportunity to participate. Folks don't necessarily know, but I'm one of the Hunter descendants who used to be one of the enslaved folks out at Spring Hill Plantation. So we did a presentation, and that was actually pretty good. So congratulations to the staff for a great event.
Councilmember Harrison?
Yeah, I would like to ask for support from council members to scope out a Glenwood South area study. As we heard in public comments today, and we've been talking a lot about Glenwood South. This area study would provide recommendations for long-term improvements to the streetscape, traffic patterns, parking, and safety. My understanding from talking to Transportation Department is we would likely need an outside consultant team or contractor. So I'd like to request staff to develop a potential scope of work with costs for the study over the summer break. And then I'd ask that that potential scope or scope options be presented to council in September or October. So that's my ask. I'll just check in with city manager real quick. Does that sound reasonable? I just need to get...
October, November.
Okay, October, November. Sounds good. So I think I need I guess that's my motion. Yeah, I'll make that a motion.
I'll second that. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Thank you for bringing that up, Councillor Harrison. As we've talked, that has been a topic of discussion for many years, and somehow or other it keeps getting put on a back burner. So I think it really is time that we look at that just from a safety standpoint, but also just as the area starts changing. We have a lot of rezonings going on there. How can we all work together to make a more positive impact?
Yeah. And then just one more item. I'm familiar with our neighborhood meeting process for rezoning cases. They are generally facilitated by the developer team, the applicant team. And my understanding is that the Office of Community Engagement has been doing some survey or kind of investigation, exploration about that experience and how, how to make sure that there is also, a neutral facilitator available for fact checking and things like that, or just for, input from the city side. And I realize that we have, I believe it's a community connector always that is there. But I'd just like to get a manager's update on any activities on that topic when it's available. And I don't know, Taisha, if you want to give a quick update.
Taisha Hinton, Community Engagement Office, kind of. So when I first came on board, one of the things we did was presented some areas for our office to work with planning to kind of how we can enhance the rezoning process. And some of those recommendations, one of those, was, for example, was the community connectors, but they are housed in the planning department. So there are some items that we've worked on and updated, but we can get you the information.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just basically reiterate what some other council members had said about the Juneteenth event. I want to thank the Dix Park staff and the Dix Conservancy for putting together an expanded and very successful event. The Hunter family was out there in force. Story, they're great people, and it was wonderful to spend some time with them. So really honoring the legacy of the park, but also the people behind it. So thank you to staff for making that happen. And now we have appointments.
Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening, everybody. Don't have a voice, been quiet for so long. Appearance Commission, we have one alternate vacancy. Jason Dale received 8 votes, so would be appointed. We have a full commission there. Centennial Authority, 2 regular vacancies. Scott Falmlin received 7 votes. Rod Malone received 6, so both of those individuals would be appointed. Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, 1 alternate vacancy, community member. Kate Charlin received 8 votes, so would be appointed. Historic Cemeteries Advisory Board, 2 regular vacancies. Council members Jones, Melton, and Harrison nominated Chantel Miles, so that will appear on the next ballot. Human Relations Commission, 2 alternate vacancies. Peyton Glendening and Travis Groom both received 6 votes, so would be appointed. This kind of ties into the next one. We do have 1 regular vacancy, and there was a nomination for that. Technically, one of these individuals that we just appointed would be eligible to be elevated to fill that regular slot. It's up to council how you guys want to proceed.
I was going to say, since the alternates just got, I think we should just make appointments for the regular slot. That would be my recommendation. I don't know how you pick one alternate that was literally just appointed. Right. I think just seems, I would just have us do nominations for the open seat. That would be my preference.
Should I just keep it as is, the two, keep them as alternates? And then that brings us to the next item. Human Relations Commission, one regular vacancy. Councilmember Jones nominated Robert Court, so that'll be showing up under the regular slot.
Robert, what's the last name?
Courts, Courts.
Thank you.
Police Advisory Board, two alternate vacancies. Councilmember Jones nominated Cole McMullen, so that will appear on the next ballot. Substance Use Advisory Commission, one regular vacancy. Hannah Tchaikovsky received 7 votes, so would be appointed. Next, under nominations, Board of Adjustment, the county alternate, just a reminder to submit those names to the county, excuse me, for consideration, and that individual must reside within the ETJ. Community Engagement Board, there's a few different pieces to this. I'll take it in 3 chunks. To start off, last summer, the council appointed 16 individuals as inaugural members of the Community Engagement Board. The agenda item goes into further detail on this, but you will see 8 individuals listed in that first section that are seeking reappointment and are recommended for reappointment by either staff or the slotted council member. So you can consider these as a group or individually.
Move for approval.
Second.
As a group.
As a group.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you.
Next, you'll see on there our youth member, Kendall Griffith, is one of the staff nominated slots. He or she has resigned. Staff is recommending the appointment of Ashley Pulley to fill that vacancy, and her application is attached.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Finally, there was a recent vacancy of the District C slot that was not included on this agenda item. Councilmember Branch is recommending the appointment of Tom Simon to fill this slot, and his application was shared with council via email after the agenda was published, so it would be appropriate for the council to vote on this nomination.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you.
That's all.
Okay, next we have report and recommendation of the city attorney.
My first report, and I apologize in advance, it's a little bit longer than you usually hear from me. I have bad timing, I'm sorry. So I am bringing forward to you today a project that began in November of 2021 with other members of the city attorney's office. You asked that we take a look at the amplified entertainment ordinances, and as that process was in the works, you also asked that we examine and improve the city's noise ordinance regulations. I will tell you that noise ordinances are very important because this is an important quality of life issue and notoriously difficult from a lawyer's perspective to enact. And so this for us is a legal project in which we looked at the limited options that are available and upheld by the courts. Not something that would be a community conversation, but a legal assessment of options with noise ordinances. And essentially, most noise ordinances approach things in one of 2 ways, or combined in these 2 approaches. One is you use a measurement tool like decibels. And that's what the city code's primary enforcement tool has been. You measure decibels, and when a decibel level is violated, noise is too loud, then you take enforcement action. Another lawful way upheld by the courts to deal with noise is to impose a reasonable person standard. And it is our proposal to you that we address the challenges you identified to the city attorney's office in dealing with amplified entertainment and address challenges through the noise ordinances by taking the following steps. We are suggesting that the council consider an option that repeals the current amplified entertainment permit ordinances in their entirety. That would mean the AEP ordinances are gone or repealed, And that also includes the HDEP, the Hospitality Entertainment District permit ordinances. All of that would be repealed. And we suggest that the council consider enacting a nightclub ordinance that does not deal with noise, that instead deals with the same existing public safety concerns that our AEP, our Amplified Entertainment Permit ordinances, deal with. And in addition, we suggest that there be one significant change, an additional requirement on applicants for nightclub ordinances that requires a shunt trip breaker. That's a tool, basically a kill switch that allows all sound and the lights associated with amplified entertainment, that when you press that switch or turn that button, everything stops. So if you have an emergency and you need to make the announcement, that shunt trip breaker is in place, button can be pushed, announcement can be made, and an area that needs to be cleared could be cleared. So all noise will be under the proposed ordinances that we've included in the agenda materials. All noise will be addressed through the reasonable person standard. All sound in the city, and this is within city limits, from any entity, including nightclubs, will be covered by the noise ordinance. So in the nightclub ordinance, you see that we carried over many of the same requirements that currently exist for amplified entertainment. You see an annual inspection that's just like the current way. An inspection process that's just like the current way in which we're handling amplified entertainment. If the council wished to do something like an annual inspection, it could, but that's not what we've done. We've done the same level of inspection at the time that a permit is issued that is in the current amplified entertainment ordinances. As to appeal, there is a change in the appeal based on what we've learned through past experience. If a decision is made to deny a permit or deny a renewal, so somebody is not going to be able to get a permit, there is an appeal avenue available, and that is to the city manager's office, and the appeal stops at that point. We know from past experience that our appeal method was cumbersome, time-consuming. And so this is an improvement on the appeal. If there is a violation, there is no appeal required by law, and therefore there is none permitted under this current arrangement, under the proposal that we're throwing out to you. The narrowing of the nightclub permit so that it is exclusively life safety oriented changes the nature of the permit and makes the life safety issues the focus of nightclubs and nightclub regulations. Nightclub is defined. It's a new term. We're not using establishments as in the old amplified entertainment ordinances. We have taken the fire code definition and placed that in the definition section for the entities regulated. So nightclubs are specifically defined in the building code and in the fire code, and that's the definition that we've used. We've also made certain that certain entities are not captured. For instance, there's a specific exclusion for stadiums, arenas, theaters, and we will continue our work because spoiler alert, when I get to the end of the discussion, I'm going to suggest that there not be a final decision today, and I'll explain why. But we will continue our work to make sure that our fire code definition does not include people that or businesses or entities that we don't intend. So that's in our work. The proposal that you have before you also has a transition plan. And you can see in the code that we've proposed that if someone has a permit, either an amplified or a hospitality district permit, and they ask within 90 days after the time that the new ordinance is enacted, they get a nightclub permit without charge. All they need to do is provide that request, and then they have to show evidence that they installed the shunt trip breaker, the new requirement, and make certain that their current contact information is accurate. One complicating factor is that these permits that exist now, the amplified entertainment permit and the hospitality district permit, terminate on June 30. And so part of what I will recommend to you is that we extend the current permits if you are interested in exploring the nightclub changes. We extend the current permits for 60 days so that no one, for 6 months, so that no one thank you, yet no one gets a permit that then shortly thereafter is no longer valid. So that's while we work through the complex implementation process and your further exploration, that is a recommendation you'll hear from me at the end. We also expect the proposed effective date not to be immediately. What has been shown to you is the 60-day effective date after you adopt the ordinance. So if you were to, once you get to the place where you will vote on the ordinance, it will not be effective on the day you vote yes. 60 days later, we're proposing the ordinance becomes effective. There's also we would expect to be an administrative transition period. And we've spoken with folks from the city manager's office and special events offices that 180-day total transition period would be important. So these changes will be phased in over time, and once they're in place, like many of the significant changes that are made, there will be a point at which folks are educated before enforcement action is taken. And so that's the nightclub ordinance changes. Our noise ordinance, as it exists, the primary enforcement tool is the decibel level. We have certain noises that are prohibited as a matter of code. We have some exceptions to our general rules, and we essentially have a catch-all provision that folks have argued isn't aligned with best current practices in case law. And so what we're recommending is a change to our code to establish certain general prohibitions that are based on the reasonable person standard. And those general prohibitions are set out in new section 12-5003, and they prohibit someone from making or continuing to make certain unreasonable noise, certain plainly audible noise that disturbs a reasonable person. So, and then that establishes a plainly audible noise that is so harsh, unnatural, or unusual as to interfere with the abilities for a reasonable person to carry out their activities. So in addition to that general prohibition, we suggest that we continue the concept of prohibited noise, but in those noises, link them to the reasonable person standard. So you can see that we took many of the noises that the current code says you can't make in Raleigh, and we applied the reasonable person standard to be consistent and to follow case law. We also included a provision about noise-sensitive areas, schools, healthcare facilities where people are in recovery, courts, and in those areas, plainly audible, unreasonable noise within 150 feet will be prohibited. There are regulations about sound amplification in streets and other public places, and unreasonably loud and raucous amplification that's plainly audible within 50 feet of a reasonable person at night, in the nighttime hours, which is from 11 to 7 a.m., or 300 feet from a reasonable person in day, which is 7 a to 11 p, is a prohibited noise. and we exclude those who are listening, present, who are voluntarily listening within that limitation. We also include a provision outside of the core noise ordinances that deal with your pedestrian mulct to make sure that the ordinances that regulate noise are consistent throughout the code. There are no changes to the enforcement of these noise ordinances. And the noise ordinances in the current draft of that has been presented to you are effective immediately when they're adopted. So your next steps, that if you wish to consider these proposals, certainly you could refer those for further review. You could refer one or both ordinances as you see fit, a special item at another council meeting, a committee, otherwise, as you wish to study those. You could enact these ordinances, but because noise is subject to criminal to enforcement in the criminal courts, state law is going to require that you consider this proposal, that it's introduced at this meeting, but you don't vote on it until a separate meeting. And because the two ordinance provisions are so tightly interwoven, I suggest you bring both to that next meeting. And it can be brought back at any time that the council wishes for a vote after this meeting, but the earliest is July 5. And as I mentioned, because those permits, the AEP and what we call the HDEP, end on June 30, then our council may wish to consider extending those permits for 6 months while it considers enacting changes, so that a permittee doesn't renew a permit that either goes away because we've changed the ordinance or is issued to somebody who's no longer regulated, because not everybody who's currently getting an amplified entertainment will fall within the nightclub definition. Now, I've spoken again with city manager's office and special events about doing this 6-month extension of existing permits, and they concur. And if the council wishes to do that extension today, and it makes sense that if you wish to consider it, it would be done at this meeting because the next meeting is in July, then you could vote to extend by 6 months the existing amplified entertainment and hospitality district entertainment permits, and I will bring back a resolution that records this decision at the July 5 consent agenda. A lot to discuss. I'd covered it quickly and condensed it from what I originally planned. I am available for questions.
So one thing that I would like to see is some public engagement on this. Larry Miller from the Glenwood South Collaborative was here earlier and made that request. And when we initially discussed this, I had made that request as well. For background, the Collaborative was very engaged in initiating the original noise ordinance, and because it really was directed toward the entertainment district with Glenwood South. They would like to provide feedback, so I'm going to ask staff to ensure that that occurs, and it's probably going to need more than one meeting. I'm thinking you're going to need a couple of meetings to, first off, let them absorb it and the impacts, but second, also offering feedback. And with it being summer, I think Larry had asked, I'm trying to remember how many days, but I'm thinking if this could come back to us possibly in early September, that gives enough time for engagement, appropriate engagement, feedback with any, I don't know, changes that you might want to make or just research or whatnot. Councilmember Melton and then Mayor Pro Tem.
I would just like to add, we had someone here at public comments from Slim's in downtown Raleigh, like the Fayetteville Street area, and so I do think that it would be important to expand some of this engagement beyond just...
well, we'll have DRA and the Collaborative. That's how they've worked before.
Yeah.
So they're working together.
Yeah, well, let's just make sure we get coordinating on that. and this is like an oxymoron, but I think we need to get this engagement and then also move quickly. So I don't know how we balance that, but I do know, I will say that over the past several years, hearing issues regarding Glenwood South specifically, I have repeatedly, I think, stood up for Glenwood South and the businesses there, sometimes getting a lot of heat for it. And I think my comments sometimes get messed up. And what I have consistently said is that we need a vibrant, energizing area that is also safe. And we need to be addressing safety concerns. And we also need to be making sure that our establishments are being good neighbors. And I do think that this noise ordinance is going to do a lot of good for providing some more predictability for our officers who are trying to enforce the noise ordinance, which is not working right now with the decibel reader, and with the general public being able to feel like their concerns are being heard.
Mhm.
There was a comment at public comment about how reasonable person standard's not fair. I am a lawyer. There's a reasonable person standard in so many chapters of our general statutes. That's just sort of the color of law, the term of law. But I think taking it away from a decibel reader that can't discern which building it's coming from and folks are just ignoring these noise citations and moving towards something that's more actionable, I think will help address some of these concerns. And so I do think we should get the feedback, but I want to make sure that we get this also, get it right, but then get it implemented.
Councilmember Black? Oh, I'm sorry, it was Mayor Pro Tem, then Councilmember Black.
I was just going to say, as far as outreach, again, I know it's for Glenwood and downtown, but it impacts the entire city. So just making sure that our website and communications there and people across the city have a way to provide some input and everything. And then I was going to, at appropriate time, just make the motion to extend our current permit process for 6 months while we go through this.
Okay, Councilmember Black?
Do I second? Second?
Is that what you wanted to?
That's not what I wanted. I agreed with that.
Yeah, why don't you say what you wanted to say?
I guess because somebody did come up and talk about like the impact on businesses, and I just want to make sure, I guess I wanted to understand that process around, you said you're doing a feedback process where we're going to be figuring out the impact to kind of everyone and everything. Is that my understanding?
So,
like all the businesses that would be impacted by this ordinance.
your city attorney will address that issue, or I will be assisting on that issue. We wouldn't go through every type of business. We provided in our memo a chart that gave you some of the big changes. If there were specific issues, we could certainly address those and talk about how things are changing. And there's also a chart that addresses nightclubs and some of the big picture issues that the regulations bring forward. So if there are specifics specific issues or specific complaints that you've heard, please let me know, and I can certainly address those, or certain businesses, I can address those as well.
So would the addressing of the questions or concerns happen before or after? Like, I'm trying to understand, like, would it be something like we put the ordinance in place and it's kind of like, these issues are kind of cropping up, how can we alter it? Or is it something that we do before we put it in place?
So any noise ordinance you enact, you should expect that it's not going to capture everyone's complaint or be a perfect fix. There will always, in any noise enforcement, be that balancing between competing interests. You can anticipate, based on experience of others, some of the common themes, and that's what we did in formulating the proposal to you. But there may be specific businesses or circumstances that we experience in Raleigh or that are particularly important in your district. And we can certainly work with you to identify those and lift them up as part of our next step when we come back to wherever you'd like us to come, back to council.
Okie dokie, that was my concern, because I'm really new to this noise ordinance thing, has been really contentious, and I'm very new to it, and it seems very high level in a lot of ways. So, and then it's just concerning hearing people being like, oh, it's going to affect businesses. And I'm like, oh no, how? So that was my, like, I was just trying to figure out the process around that process of interacting with businesses and like kind of what Counselor Branch was saying. And so I also second to Counselor's his motion. So yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
That was the extending, and then when do we want this?
Yeah, when do we want it back?
Let's conduct the engagement process and then see when you can bring it back. I said early September as a goal, but let's see what the reality is based on the feedback we're getting.
Yeah, could we just say like a touch point sometime first meeting September maybe? They may not be ready, but at least come back to us and give us an update on their efforts to engage.
I think that she can do that in a manager's report. Okay, now the report, City Clerk.
You know the drill. Several sets of minutes.
Move for approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you. City Attorney, you've done your report.
Yes, ma'am, I have nothing further.
All right, so as par for the course today, I have a very long motion to enter a closed session. This motion is in order to enter closed session pursuant to GS 143-318-11A3 to consult with the city attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege and to consider and give instructions regarding the handling and/or settlement of potential claim or judicial action, including the following matters: Yolanda Irving versus City of Raleigh, U.S. District Court, case number 522 CV 68. David Weaver versus City of Raleigh, U.S. District Court, case number 522 CV 241. City of Raleigh versus Bobby Rayner, Wake Superior Court, case number 21 CV 2696. And George Venters versus City of Raleigh, Wake Superior Court, case 23 CV 4711-910. And then GS 143-318-11A3 to consult with the city attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Okay, thank you. We have just returned from closed session where the council provided direction to staff on the items listed in the closed session motion. The meeting, probably one of the longest day meetings in the history of our city, is now adjourned. Thank you.